Married migrant couples faced their own dilemmas. One of Min's uncles worked as a bricklayer in Dongguan with his wife but kept their 2 teenage sons in the village school, hoping they might attend college one day. But the boys ran wild with no one to discipline them. "Since my son was 14, he has spent all his time with girls," Min's uncle complained one night over dinner at the Li's home. "But how can I control him? I am in Dongguan, and so is my wife." His son stood at the far end of the room listening. "When I was his age," his father continued, "boys and girls didn't even speak to each other. But young people now live in a different world." Only one person in the village around Min's age aspired to college, Liu Zijuan, who was one of Min's childhood friends. While Min was out working in Dongguan, Liu Zijuan had suffered a nervous breakdown from the pressure of studying for the college entrance exam. Min visited her on her third day home. Liu Zijuan was sitting in front of the TV wearing a nylon jacket with 450 Fifth Avenue New York stitched over the front pocket. She rarely left home now, to avoid hearing gossip about herself. When Min convinced her friend to go for a walk, some of the neighbors peered at Liu Zijuan and said her name uncertainly, because they had not seen her in such a long time. Migration was so established that education looked like the riskier bet. Wu Jianhan, a classmate of Min's from another village, came to visit and stayed for several days. He wore black suit pants, a white dress shirt, and a striped tie, the same aspirational outfit every day, even when he was helping Min's father tile the roof of the outhouse. He had tested into college, but his older brother refused to pay the tuition. He says that now even college graduates have a hard time finding jobs. "He thinks I should just go to work instead," said Wu Jianhan one morning as he swept chicken droppings and spent firecracker papers from the dirt walk in front of the Li's house. "That's his view. I have a different opinion." Wu Jianhan was working as a migrant in Beijing, but he refused to talk about what kind of work he did there. Min and her older sister commanded respect in the village because they had risen to office jobs. No one else had gone to Dongguan, though they favored places that were equally far away, the shoe factories of Wenzhou, 22 hours by bus, the hair salons of Harbin, 28 hours by train. "That's our belief here," Min said. "The farther away from home you go, the more splendid it is." 2 days before the new year, Min angered her mother. One of Min's uncles had invited the family over for a reunion meal, a key event of the holiday, but then the phone rang with a better offer. A glamorous young aunt who ran a hair salon in Wuxi had just come home and invited Min to go shopping in the city. "Why go out when it's raining?" was all her mother said. She was clearly displeased at Min's rudeness. Min stood her ground. "It's me that's offending my uncle, not my mother, so it should have nothing to do with her," she reasoned. Her aunt, Huang Kexia, came by the house to pick us up. She was 25 years old, in a chic belted jacket, shiny satin pants, and running shoes. The first thing she did was to take out a crimson mobile phone which opened like a makeup compact and pass it around to general admiration. In the bus to the city, she and Min discussed hair coloring tips and sang along to the pop songs on Min's MP3 player. Min's aunt knew all the words. "The 36 strategies of love are like a game. I want the remote control for myself. The 36 strategies of love. You must maintain your charm in order to score and not be called out." Min told her aunt she wanted her father to build an indoor bathroom for the house. He could put the washing machine in there, and there would be a place to bathe, Min said. They could even add some tiles so it would be like a real shower. "And an electric hot water heater," Min's aunt added. "And an electric hot water heater," Min echoed, "so we could bathe in the winter without being cold." Her aunt figured the project would cost 5,000 yuan, about $600. "When you've lived in the city for a while, your thinking changes," Min's aunt said to me. "You're constantly thinking about how to improve life in the countryside." She and her husband worked in Wuxi and rented an apartment there, but their 4-year-old daughter lived in the village with her grandmother. They planned to bring the child to the city as soon as they had saved money to buy an apartment. The couple had not requested a farm plot from the village when they married. Her husband's parents still farmed a third of an acre, and that was enough. "The village is home," Min's aunt said. "But I don't feel comfortable there anymore." That afternoon, Min arrived home with her boyfriend. She was half a head taller than Min, with a pretty, fine-boned face and the natural poise of a firstborn child in a large family. As the boyfriend entered the house, he ran into Min's father coming out. He ducked his head, said uncle in greeting, and handed him a cigarette. That was all, no introductions, no conversation, just cigarettes, the calling cards and currency of the Chinese male universe. Over dinner, Min's parents did not say much to their daughter's boyfriend. Maybe it was shyness, or a tacit protest. But it was just as Min had feared, they were not showing the proper respect to a guest from far away. The boyfriend, who did not understand the local dialect any better than I did, sat politely without speaking. When the homemade liquor was poured, Min took charge. She turned to the man she already addressed in private as brother-in-law. "Welcome to our home," she said, raising her glass. Most days in the village began with a pre-dawn phone call that shattered the quiet. Someone else had just come home. Min's parents rose early and moved through the house, slamming doors and speaking in normal voices while everyone else slept. Being considerate of others was not the village way. People spent all their time in groups, so they were good at ignoring one another. Almost everything was done communally. The children got up together and stood in a line at the edge of the yard, brushing their teeth and spitting into the neighbor's yard below. Every meal was eaten together, vegetables, rice, and always pork, since a family typically slaughtered a pig in the autumn and dined on it all winter long. Bath time was also a group activity. In the evening, the women of the family would heat a basin of water. One after another, they washed their private parts and feet, without changing the water in between. Then the men would refill the basin and do the same. Every so often, the family members took a sponge bath, but that was usually different from the once in many days they washed their hair. Eventually every part of the body would be clean, although rarely at the same time. Visitors dropped by all day long, and some stayed for days. A 9-year-old cousin of Min slept between us in bed for several nights, then 2 of Min's cousins from her mother's side showed up, then 2 cousins from her father's side. Wu Jianhan, the boy who wore the dress shirt and striped tie, stayed longest. He was interested in Min, but she ignored him. Min's mother moved into her daughter's bedroom, leaving her own room to her husband and the boys. At night Min, her mother, and I slept head to foot in a double bed under one comforter, lying immobile as dolls. The focus of village life was television. The children sat in front of the set all day. If you visited a neighbor, you were usually given a front row seat where you could pick up the same episode you had been watching somewhere else. Everyone's favorite genre was the historical costume drama about imperial court life. These soap operas appeared to be the villagers' primary contact with history, though it was a selective telling of the past. Wizards, fairies, magic, cults, miracles, murder, and adultery, the children were mesmerized by it all. While the Communist Party preached morality, rationalism, and scientific development, most of the entertainment on TV went counter to that. The children straddled 2 worlds, the village and the fantasy universe inside their electronic gadgets. They might help their mother wash clothes in the river and then turn their attention to a handheld game of Tetris. Sometimes they seemed like they had just crash-landed on Earth from the planet television. When I took out my camera to change the film, Min's 9-year-old cousin came over to watch. "What does film look like?" he asked. "Does it look the same way it does on TV?" Everyone was related, in ways so convoluted that even the Chinese language did not have names for them. One man who visited was Min's grandfather's younger brother's son-in-law. Another day, we went to see her grandfather's brother's daughter-in-law's sisters and their father. I thought the children sitting perpetually in front of the television in Min's house were neighbors, but one day we visited her great-aunt in another village and I saw the same children sitting before the television. Of course, they were relatives. A young man who lived next door and worked in a shoe factory in Wenzhou came by so often I was sure he had a crush on Min. I was about to share this with her when I made another discovery: he was her father's cousin. The villagers reacted to me in different ways. The ones who were working in the city struck up conversations and asked me about Beijing and America. They peered at my notebooks and tried to decipher my handwriting. Those who had stayed in the village, including Min's parents, were polite but shy while they answered my questions readily. They never had any of their own. None of the older men spoke to me. As a young woman and an outsider, I was doubly irrelevant to them. I never saw anyone read a newspaper or watch the evening news, and there was little sign of government. In the 2 weeks I lived in Min's home I did not meet a single official, and the law did not seem to cut very deep. Nationwide, the policy limiting most families to 1 or 2 children had been in force for more than 2 decades, yet here in the village the average family had more than 2, Min's father said. The Lis had 5 children, but one family in the village had 6, and another had 7. The man who had fathered 7 children had been the village chief, one of the highest local positions. Min slipped easily back into this world, but she kept her secrets. She didn't talk about her boyfriend or the factory, and I noticed that she opted out whenever it didn't suit her. She made her own plans to see friends, sometimes going against her mother's wishes. She spoke sharply to older relatives she didn't like. I never saw her do anything she didn't want to do. An aunt asked Min to bring her 14-year-old daughter out to the factory, but Min turned her down flatly. Another morning, an elderly uncle appeared at the house after breakfast and zeroed in, like a heat-seeking missile, on the new down jacket her father was wearing. It had been a gift from Min. "How much does that cost?" the old man inquired. 20 yuan. Even if you had 320 yuan, Min snapped, you couldn't buy that. That is a down jacket. She was disdainful toward many of the older people in the village. They always want to know how much money I make or how much money I brought home, she told me later. I think these are private matters. The young migrants dominated the holiday life of the village, enjoying the authority their money gave them. They went around showing off their mobile phones and new clothes. They compared job situations. They were the most active matchmakers, for themselves and for one another, and they gave cash to needy older relatives. In the past, such tasks had belonged to their elders, but now the older generation was too poor and powerless to fulfill these duties. Parents were left with little to do but gossip about their children's earnings and marriage prospects. I want her work to go smoothly. That is all, Min's mother said, when I asked about her hopes for Min. What happens in the future is her own thing. She hoped that Min and Gaiman would find boyfriends from near home. But in most ways, she seemed to have accepted that her daughters had moved beyond her ability to help or understand them. For me, the hardest thing about staying in Min's village was the collective way of life. No one was ever alone. When someone sat down in front of the TV, he called everyone around to come watch. If Min prepared hot water to wash her face, I must wash then too. A couple of times when I tried to read a book ignoring the blaring television set nearby, the children came by one after another to talk to me with concerned looks on their faces. Staying in Min's village made me think about my own family. Long ago when my parents were children in China, they had grown up in a similar way. In America, they had raised my brother and me very differently, encouraging our independence and freeing us from family obligation. My parents had not expected us to visit relatives, they never told us what we should study in school. And in all the years I lived abroad, my parents never once pressured me to come home. In Min's village, I realized this for the first time, and I was grateful. One morning after a large family meal, I walked out alone on the muddy road toward town. I saw things I had not noticed before: a blackboard listing school fees and livestock vaccination rates, a store whose entire merchandise consisted of cigarettes and fireworks, children no more than 4 years old playing with lighters. In the next village, I saw a 4-story house of white tile. On wealthier stretches of the coast were whole villages of white-tiled houses like these. Here there was only one, a beacon of things to come. I had been gone an hour when my mobile phone rang. "Where are you?" Min demanded. "We're all waiting for you so we can eat lunch." I hurried back, to amazed accusations. "You didn't eat lunch. Where did you go? What were you doing walking on the road all by yourself?" The Chinese countryside is not relaxing. It is a place of constant socializing and negotiation, a conversation that has been going on for a long time and will continue after you are gone. Spending time in Min's village, I understood why migrants felt so alone when they first went to the city. But I also saw how they came to value the freedom they found there, until at last they were unable to live without it. On the last day of the old year, Min's family and the families of all her uncles went to pay respects at the graves of their ancestors. They threaded between the rice paddies muddy ponds filled with dead stalks now that the harvest was in, crossed a stream where villagers were washing their clothes, and climbed a path up the mountain past orchards of cotton and tea bushes. In a clearing surrounded by pine trees were the grave of Min's paternal grandmother, who had died 2 years ago, and a stone tablet marking the graves of her great-grandparents. The mountain was called Lu Graves Mountain. "All of our old people are buried here," Min said. Her mother set down bowls of dates and peanut candy, which were offerings for the deceased in the afterlife. Min's father burned paper money labeled currency for general use in heaven and earth and poured liquor on the ground in front of the graves. The young men threaded fireworks through the tea bushes, like Christmas lights lacing the shrubbery of a suburban house. Then all the members of the family went down on their knees in the wet earth and kowtowed 3 times. The burial, the fireworks, the burning of paper all ran counter to official policy. To stamp out such feudal traditions, the government promoted cremation and charged each family a fine of several thousand yuan for a burial. All the families in Min's village, no matter how poor, paid the fine and buried their dead. At home, Min's father carefully wrote a blessing for the kitchen god on a square of red paper. On the front door of the house, he pasted matching strips of red paper inscribed with a couplet to celebrate the new year. Min had picked up the paper strips in town without bothering to read them, but the words were perfectly apt. "The dragon travels the 4 seas to bring wealth home. The phoenix flies 10,000 miles to bring treasures here." That evening, the family set off fireworks and watched the annual New Year's special on television. All through the night the firecrackers sounded a piercing whistle, a silence, then a muffled explosion. The light in the bedroom stayed on all night, as it must for the first 3 nights of the year. Nobody could remember the meaning of this tradition, but it was followed just the same. The village houses glowed in the night, scattered across the valley, their cold blue lights a reminder of the factory ships of Dongguan. On the first day of the new year, the children woke up early and took turns checking themselves in the mirror. Min tied her hair into pigtails and clipped a lime green Barbie barrette through her bangs. The 3 older girls applied pink Maybelline lip gloss. The first of the year, by tradition, was the day for visits around the village. The younger children ran from house to house collecting sweets, while the older ones stayed to drink hot water mixed with sugar and chat with the adults. Before entering a neighbor's house, Min would consult with Sar on how to address the elders who lived there. She had already forgotten how she was related to many of the villagers. At the house of an aunt of Min's mother, the 3 older girls conferred briefly, then Gaiman took out 100 yuan and gave it to the old woman. They also gave at the house of a great uncle who had a lame leg. Traditionally during the new year, older people would give the younger generation hung bao red envelopes of cash, but the money flowed in the opposite direction now. The migrants of the village had developed a new tradition of their own. On the first day of the year, the only time they were all home together, the young people gathered at a Buddhist temple in the mountains. I joined Min, Gaiman, and Sar as they set out that morning in a light drizzle. At a branch in the road, a small crowd waited for them. These were the young bucks of the village, some married, some not, wearing black leather jackets and jeans and smoking coolly as they watched the 3 sisters and me come up the path. The men carried armloads of firecrackers. One young man had pinned 4 cigarettes to the side of his head with the earpiece of his glasses, an embarrassment of riches. The temple was a cream-colored building whose black slate roof curved gracefully upward at the corners. Before entering, the young men set off several deafening rounds of firecrackers. In the first room, a wooden plaque listed the names of everyone who had donated money for the temple's renovation. Min found the names of her father and all her uncles in a thicket of lists under the heading "Gave 50." Alone among the young people, Min walked up to the altar in the temple's innermost room. She put money in a collection box and asked a middle-aged nun if she could pray for good fortune in marriage. The nun nodded. Min knelt and prayed that she would meet the person who was destined for her. The nun came up to Min and put a hand on her shoulder. "Earn some more money," she said. "Find a good mate." It was the first time Min had ever prayed for her marriage fortune. She wasn't sure how much she believed, but that didn't seem to matter to her. "Even if you don't believe it," she said, "you must respect it." The nun gave Min a piece of red cloth. She must keep it safe and it would protect her. If Min enjoyed good fortune, she should return to the temple in 1 year and give thanks to Guanyin, the Buddhist goddess of mercy, who is the protector of sailors at sea, childless women, and people everywhere who are in distress. After the new year passed, Min dropped her home improvement projects. The water dispenser ran dry, everybody began reusing the porcelain cups. The plastic trash bag sat forgotten in the corner, until one day it was gone. Min's focus shifted to her impending journey out again. On a snowy day, she traveled an hour by motorcycle taxi and minibus to visit 2 sisters who were friends from middle school. Both girls were home from their migrant jobs on the coast. Their parents farmed and cared for a mentally handicapped teenage son. When Min arrived at the house, she was surprised to find a daughter just over a year old, barely walking. She scooped up the baby in her arms and read the situation to me, like a veteran detective happening on the scene of a crime. "Their son is retarded, so they wanted to have another son. But they had a daughter instead. Of course, they love her just as much," Min said a bit defensively as she bounced the child up and down. "Where are you working?" her friend's mother asked Min. "Dongguan, in an office," Min said. "Doing what?" the younger sister asked. "Clerk," Min said. "Very good," the mother said. Min turned to the older sister, Chang, who was 20 years old, with a pretty delicate face. "What about you?" "It's not good," Mylan said. "I'm in a restaurant." "Waitress?" Min asked. Mylan looked away without answering. Her younger sister, Chang Li, worked in the housewares department of a Henan supermarket. That put both sisters at the bottom of the migrant class system as far as Min was concerned. Service work was exhausting and brought the shame of having to wait on wealthy people. Over lunch, Chang Li told Min about her job. She worked 13 hours a day and had only 2 days off a month, and that was docked from her pay. "Come out with me to my factory," Min said suddenly. "We make handbags. The pay is 700 or 800 a month for ordinary workers, and we get Sundays off." Chang Li looked at her mother, who said, "Let's see what your father says." In the same village, Min visited the house of another classmate, who was not home. Min learned from a neighbor that her friend had married a man twice her age and now stayed home caring for their infant daughter. The neighbor broadcast the details from her front door at top volume. "The husband is short. He is old and ugly. The parents did not approve of the marriage." Min was troubled at the news. "She seemed to have such promise," she told me as we walked back through the village. "I thought she would do migrant work for a long time. I really thought she would go places." On the night before Min and her older sister were to leave, the family sat watching television together. Gaiman's boyfriend left to use the outhouse, and suddenly the mood in the room changed. Gaiman and her mother began speaking in low harsh voices, the words coming fast as if some unspoken argument had been building for days in silence. Min's mother criticized Gaiman for getting involved with a man who was not from their part of Hebei. "If you marry him," she said, her voice rising, "I might never see you again." Gaiman turned on her mother in a fury. "Every person has her own piece of sky," she said. "If you want me to break up with him, I'll break up with him right away. And I will never marry anyone. Her mother started to cry. The boyfriend returned, and it was as if he brought the silence back with him. All at once the angry words disappeared, and nobody spoke at all. Gaiman stared hard at the TV screen. Their mother got up and left the room. Go help your mother, their father told Min. She stood up, her eyes big and gleaming with excitement, and went out. Gaiman began to pack her belongings. Their father continued to watch television as if nothing had happened. Min tried to reason with her mother. Everyone must find her own way, she said. If Gaiman is not happy with him, she'll come back to us. If she is happy with him, then you will have stood in the way of this great happiness. Gaiman and her mother did not speak to each other the rest of the night. But they still slept in the same bed, head to foot, as they had the entire time she was home. Early the next morning, her mother helped her get ready to leave. The two of them talked normally, as if the previous night's scene had not taken place. The boyfriend behaved normally, too, no one had told him what had happened. Gaiman and her boyfriend walked up the muddy path to the road, and Gaiman said goodbye without meeting her mother's eyes. Then we will come visit at the October holiday, the boyfriend said to the parents in parting. They nodded and smiled, as if he were still welcome. On the 5th day of the new year, Min left home. Her classmate Hu Tao, as promised, had bought us tickets on the 3:20 to Dongguan. It was the slow train, 16 hours, without assigned seats, but he had been lucky to get them in the post-holiday crush. We said goodbye to Min's parents and climbed on the back of the motorcycle of an uncle who would take us into town. Hold on tight was all her mother said in parting. Min arrived at the station an hour early with two friends who had come to see her off. The train would arrive already packed and there would be a struggle to get on. The waiting room felt tense and expectant, like the last moments before the start of a race. There was no sign of Hu Tao. Every time Min called him, she heard a message saying that his mobile phone was off. At 2:45, the platform number was announced and the waiting room emptied with a rush. Min went outside to look for Hu Tao. She returned alone and conferred with her friend, Lu Lia. Perhaps the two of us should get on the train first and talk our way into tickets later. Lu Lia was doubtful. They'll kick you right off, she said. A little after 3 o'clock, Hu Tao appeared, with his clenched vacant expression and the little mustache still hovering on his lip. Min and her friends pounced on him. Where have you been? Do you know it's 3 o'clock? He didn't know. His phone was off and he didn't wear a watch. Why is your phone off? We called so many times and couldn't reach you. He said it had run out of power. I could just slap you twice across the face. Min said. Hu Tao looked dazed as he handed the tickets to Min. We joined the crowd waiting to pass through a metal gate to the platform. Policemen marched up and down yelling at passengers not to push. Min and I were among the first people through the gate, but Hu Tao fell behind. Don't worry about him anymore, Min said. As the train approached, people swarmed up to it but almost every door stayed shut. One entrance opened, the crowd surged. Arms and legs reached out from the train, trying to hold off the crush of people. The passengers were trying to keep more people from boarding, perhaps because the car was crowded or they wanted to save room for their friends. Somebody got a kick in the stomach, voices rose in anger. The standoff lasted 10 minutes, and the police were nowhere to be seen. At this crucial moment, they had disappeared. Finally we spotted an open door a few cars back, ran over, and pushed our way on. The car was packed, but within an hour both Min and I had squeezed onto the edges of seats. Hu Tao had joined us, and Min gave him her seat and sat on his lap while they listened to her MP3 player together. This seemed a rare intimacy, and finally Min came over to me. That boy is the one who was my boyfriend before, she said. What? Hu Tao. She had dated Hu Tao the year before. When he lived in Dongguan he was the one she couldn't find after she lost her mobile phone. Hu Tao had called on her first day home, thinking to pick up where they had left off. These secrets had been held so deeply that I had no idea, and now I struggled to put the pieces together. Does he know you have a boyfriend? I asked. No. Do you plan to tell him? I want him to find work in the factory first, Min said. Then I'll tell him and he'll be on his own. We can just be friends. She laughed at her own nerve. He's not as good as my boyfriend now, right? My boyfriend is more reliable. There were more secrets. Gaiman was not returning to Dongguan, as her parents imagined. That morning she had boarded the train for Changsha, the city where her boyfriend lived. They would move in together and he would help her find work there. I'm the only one who knows, Min said. You must not tell my mother. She'll be even angrier than she is already. She walked back down the aisle. Later I saw her sitting in Hu Tao's lap as he untangled her hair with his fingers. She looked at me through the blur of hair and hands, her smile full of delight and shame. Later that evening, I got a message on my phone from Gaiman. I told her we were on the train and hoped things worked out with her parents. Thank you, I never worry, she wrote back. I am only walking my own path. At 8 the next morning, the train arrived in Dongguan. It was warm in the south. Min took off her sweater and complained about the heat, forgetting already the misery of being cold the whole time she was home. She and Hu Tao walked out from the station to catch a bus to her factory. She would take a shower and wash her hair, things she had put off for days because there was no running water at home. Then she would take a long nap. She did not have a plan for resolving her dual boyfriend dilemma, but in the end it would be decided for her. Later that morning, Min would introduce her boyfriend and Hu Tao, and each would be furious to learn of the other's existence. Min would try, and fail, to find Hu Tao a job in her factory. Her boyfriend would tell her, if he isn't gone in 3 days, I will find people and come after him. Min would lend Hu Tao 300 yuan. And he would disappear from her life, probably for good. But now on the bus packed with returning migrants, Min's thoughts were elsewhere. There was nothing to do at home but watch television, she said. She reminded me how little the nearby city of Wuxi had to offer. She seemed to be running through everything she had seen at home, trying to figure out where she stood. As the factories of Dongguan came into view through the bus window, she looked at one after another without saying anything. Home is good, she said at last, but you can only stay a few days. 11 The historian in my family. In the spring of 2005 I went to my ancestral hometown. The Chinese call this huijia, returning home, even if you are going to a place where you have never been. My father was 60 years old before he returned to Liutai for the first time. I had already lived in China for 7 years, and all that time I had resisted the pull of the village. But something about accompanying Min on her journey home made me want to see where my own family came from. It had been 90 years since my grandfather had left Liutai, and I wasn't sure how his death had settled on this place. I didn't even know what to think of huijia, whether returning home was a duty or a right, whether it would have any meaning after all this time. The road to Liutai was lined with silvery birch trees, as in the setting of a Tolstoy novel, and fields of fertile black earth stretched to the horizon on either side. It was 20 days until the spring sowing. From the car window I saw farmers out with their oxen, turning the earth, others burned corn husks in the fields, the fires glowing across the plains. This was the Manchurian prairie that had drawn my pioneer ancestors, but I couldn't envision their Qing dynasty world. Instead I thought of the little house on the prairie books I had loved as a child. That was the image that came to mind, and it was false to the core. The rural Chinese of the Qing had never written such books. Even today, most Chinese would have no faith that the history of a pioneer family was worth telling. The road narrowed, crossed a mud puddle, and appeared to stop abruptly at a broomstick stretched across the backs of 2 chairs. An old woman demanded payment. It was a common sight in rural areas, a makeshift toll booth, operating under no greater authority than poverty and stubbornness. "Let us pass," my taxi driver pleaded. "We've suffered hardship today." The old woman was implacable. I have a lame leg, she said. I've suffered hardship. I gave her 1 yuan, 12 cents, and the broomstick lifted. The first scattered houses of Liahutai appeared. I knew only one name, Zhang Lig. When my parents visited in 1995, they had met this distant relative by chance and had been invited into his home. Is Zhang Lig still here? I asked a young man on the side of the road. That meant, is he still alive? He's not here anymore, the young man said, but his wife is. He pointed the way. 2 young women in their 20s answered the door. They were pretty in the northern Chinese way, broad-shouldered and big-boned, with their cheeks reddened by the wind. They brought me up the hill to the house of a great aunt. Shen Jingzi was 83 years old, and she had lived next door to our family compound when she was young. As soon as she understood who I was, she began talking fiercely at me in a thick country dialect, her gums working silently in the spaces between the words. The woman's face was thin and puckered, like parchment, with bright roomy eyes. I didn't understand anything she said. A younger relative, a man in his 50s with a handsome square face, translated from the dialect into Mandarin. The wall was here. I lived on the other side of the wall, the old lady said, conjuring with her bony hands a compound that had disappeared 60 years before. Even though your family were big officials, they would always greet us when they saw us, no matter how low the person or how ragged his clothes. I asked her if she remembered my grandfather, or his brother, or their father. Every time I said a name, she would listen and shake her head. They were always in Beijing, she said. But the younger man, whose name was Shen Zhenfa, knew everything. He knew that my father lived in America and had worked at a university in Hong Kong, and that I had cousins in Harbin. He knew of a relative named Zhang Hong and said he would get his number for me. He knew about my grandfather. He was a remarkable man, Shen Zhenfa said. He wanted to do something for China, and for this he died in the Fushan mine. I asked Shen Zhenfa how he knew so much about my family. When my father was alive, he spoke a lot about this history, he said. He did work for your family. He tended the pigs and the sheep. Shen Zhenfa also remembered my father's visit. A decade on, the event seemed to have expanded in dimension. He came with another person, I think from the government. He had big broad shoulders. Isn't that right? Not really, I said. My father is a slight man, he has the shoulders of a Chinese physicist. Broad shoulders, Shen Zhenfa insisted, and large eyes. Right. That was true, my father had large eyes. After your father came, the ancestral temple burned down. The old woman said that government officials had come and taken away the genealogy, the book that traced our family back 300 years. She was haunted by this loss. Without the genealogy, she said, it is dangerous because relatives who are of different generations may marry by mistake. After my parents' visit, the officials who had accompanied them had returned to the village, taken the genealogy, and mailed it to my father in America. I told the old woman I could get a copy back for her. There's no need, one of the younger women answered for her. There are no more Zhangs here now. I had imagined there would be a village of people with my nose and my eyes, and I thought that everybody would share my name. But all of them had gone out long ago. My great-grandfather's grave, on a hillside overlooking the village, had been dug up and destroyed during the Cultural Revolution. The ancestral temple had been ruined by the fire, but Shen offered to take me to the site of the temple on his motorcycle. As we prepared to leave, the old lady stood up and clutched my arm, seeming agitated. She was still thinking about the proper relations between the generations. But what will I call you? She asked. And what will you call me? I took her hands in mine and said goodbye. We sped through the village on Shen's motorcycle. The houses of Liahutai sat amid rolling hills, each one set apart from the next and facing a different direction, like a fistful of dice flung across the valley. Along with the mud and brick cottages were newer houses faced in white tile. Many younger villagers worked outside or had moved to the city. The village has changed a lot in recent years, Shen said. The houses thinned out. We climbed a slope to a field that was still ankle-deep in corn husks from last year's harvest. The walls that had surrounded the family temple were visible on 3 sides of the field, the lower section built of stones, the higher part of mud. What remained of the walls was perhaps 4 feet high. Beyond the wall, stretching into the distance, were cornfields. The site felt like an ancient ruin, Karakoram, the Mongol capital of the 13th century, and not something that had been built only a century before. This place had been no older than the turn-of-the-century house in San Francisco where my brother lived. Maybe it was because so much ground had been covered, and so many people gone so far away, that it felt so old. I pointed to the husks. Who planted this corn? We let a neighbor farm this land, Shen said warily, as if I might suddenly assert my hereditary claim to it. We looked at the wind-swept land in silence. There used to be 3 courtyards, Shen said. The old people told me when it rained you could walk from the front all the way to the back without getting wet. That was his way of saying how grand the place had been. Maybe it's impossible to write the history of a small place in China, because everyone with talent or ambition goes out. History happens elsewhere. When I returned to my family home at last, no one was there for me, only an old woman with a few threads of memory and a man whose father had once tended the pigs and the sheep. My family had been scattered all over Manchuria, all over the world. For the ones who had stayed behind, only fragments of the past remained. There was not enough to tell a story. Shen had told me nothing I didn't know, only that he possessed the same pieces of history I already had. I didn't feel sad. I had waited a long time to come here, and now I understood something. Xinfeiwen, a fine place, I was the embodiment of it now. A family is not a piece of land. It is the people who belong to it, and it is the events that shape their lives. Occasionally these events are collected. This was my role now. My family was a story, not a place, and here in Liahutai I could see the purpose of writing it. I had been in the village only an hour, but it was time to go. Shen Zhenfa drove me back to where the taxi waited for me. In the future when you come back, he said, you just come straight to my house. Left unspoken in his invitation were the words, because you don't have a home here anymore. There are no more Zhangs here now, the young woman in my ancestral village had said. My closest kin in China were the family of Jiao, the cousin my father had grown up with. That summer, 3 months after my journey to Liahutai, I went to see them for the first time in Harbin, a Manchurian city 200 miles from the Russian border. They had stayed behind and suffered, and it was partly because of us. Our family's landowning past made Jiao a class enemy and condemned him, his wife, and their 2 sons to a decade of labor in the countryside. The departure of my father's family for Taiwan had made things worse during the Cultural Revolution. Such connections made Jiao's family suspect as spies. When I visited, the family gathered in the 3-bedroom apartment of Jiao's daughter. Jiao's 3 children were of my generation but already in their 50s. The older brother was tall and stocky, with heavy black glasses that made me think of Zhang Zimin. The second brother was slighter, with well-shaped cheekbones that narrowed to a point at the jaw. I recognized those features. That was my father's face. Both brothers met me in their undershirts and talked like workers. Tamad, fucking, was an all-purpose modifier. They had been in middle school when the Cultural Revolution began, and during that decade they had been sent down to the countryside. When they first returned to the city, the older brother got a job at a factory that made springs while the younger brother worked in a lumber factory. Yin Qiao, the youngest child, belonged to a different class. She had finished middle school in 1971, after the radical phase of the Cultural Revolution, and she had not gone to the countryside like her brothers. Eventually she got her college diploma. Now she held a high administrative position at the university. As in so many Chinese families, birth order had determined the fates of Jiao's children. Jiao's wife, Zhu Shulan, took me into a bedroom. Lying in bed was an old man, immobile, with one eye opened a sliver. He appeared bloated, with a smooth bald head and the flesh on his face and neck as soft and exposed as a hard-boiled egg that has just been peeled. His stomach rose like a mound under the cotton sheet. This was Jiao. He doesn't recognize people, Jiao's wife said. He doesn't know anything, the wife of the second brother said cheerfully. She slapped the old man's face lightly. Do you recognize me? She said loudly. The eyebrow above the open eye flickered. Both women laughed. They treated him like an idiot child. He was just a responsibility now. They did everything for him, feeding him soft foods and cleaning his sheets and monitoring the level on his oxygen tank. He had been this way since he suffered an attack the previous year and almost died. I asked Yin Qiao if they could hire someone to help care for him. If he weren't being cared for by family, she said flatly, he would be dead already. All that long day I spent with my family, the old man lay in bed. It seemed sad to me, but in fact the man's life was a triumph. Jiao had brought his family intact through the Cultural Revolution. In the 1980s, he had helped each of his children get jobs at the agricultural university where he worked. All three of them were still employed there now. This was Jiao's accomplishment, and at the age of 89 he was fated to die peacefully in bed. The dining table overflowed with lunch dishes. Yin Qiao had prepared chunbing, my favorite northern dish of floury pancakes stuffed with savory fillings that my mother always made for my birthday. I told them about my visit to Liutai. They were impressed that I had gone. None of us has ever been back home, Yin Qiao said. Their father had two sisters whom they had met only once, as children. There were no family members left in the village, I said, but a neighbor had given me a phone number for Zhonghong. My cousins looked at each other. What do you know about Zhonghong? The older brother asked. I think he's angry at my family about something, I said carefully. My father had mentioned something to me about this crazy relative. He has mental problems, the second brother's wife burst out. Zhonghong was my father's first cousin. Jiao and my father were descended from my great-grandfather's first wife. Zhonghong was from the third, and he had suffered for this connection. In 1957, his father had been labeled a rightist and lost his university job in Shenyang. During the Cultural Revolution the family had been sent down to the countryside for a decade. After they returned to the city, Zhonghong's father spent years writing letters and filing appeals to clear his name. He wanted the Communist Party to declare that he had never been a rightist. He demanded, and won, compensation from his university for lost wages. After his father died, Zhonghong took up the cause. He researched not only his father's case but also the history of my grandfather and our extended family. He spent all his free time reading old newspapers and copying files. Everywhere he goes, he carries two huge bags full of documents, Jiao's wife told me. I had met this type of person every reporter in China has. He was the protester, the petitioner, the person so focused on righting a wrong that the effort consumed his life and cast him into a separate universe where he lived alone. In China, such obsessive focus was necessary to fight a legal system designed to bury you with bureaucracy and delay. At a distance, such a person was admirable, but he could be insufferable up close. He spoke for hours about the 3/7 case or the 12/14 decision. People had a tendency to focus on specific dates on which legal judgments had been rendered. But the numbers had a way of overwhelming conversation. They sounded again and again, the petitioner tracing a timeline of grievances whose meaning only he knew. At a certain point, you realized that this person was not listening to anything you said. You wanted to sympathize with him, but in the end you only felt numbed by the documents and petitions, the facts and the dates. One by one, Zhonghong had broken with everyone in the family. He sent an angry letter to Jiao and no longer visited after that. He argued with my great-aunt in Beijing. He wrote venomous letters to my father and my uncle, which Yin Qiao had saved and gave me reluctantly. She was embarrassed because the language was so hostile. He blames being labeled a rightist on your grandfather, Yin Qiao said. 1 million people were labeled rightists. Is it all because they knew your grandfather? Even the country's president Liu Shaokai could not be protected, let alone a little commoner like you. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke. He came to see my father many times, the older brother said. My father always urged him, saying, so many people suffered, not just you. You must put this behind you and look forward. But he could not. Zhang Hong cast a shadow over that day. When the family spoke of him, it was always dismissively he has mental problems, but there was a touch of awe as well. Maybe the grievances he expressed were the same ones they nurtured deep in their hearts, maybe they had suppressed such thoughts in order to get on with life. Maybe they suspected that he was right. He feels that he deserves something from your father and uncle, Yin Qiao told me, over and over. He suffered for so many years because of his association with your grandfather, and now he feels that the family owes him something. But we are happy just to be together with you again. Listening to them talk, I realized that it was amazing there were not more Zhonghongs in China. Almost everyone you met over a certain age had lost years to political campaigns, many were still paying a price in poor health, or lost education, or family members who had died. But there was a surprising lack of bitterness. When you asked about individual experiences, people tended to retreat into the collective voice. So many people suffered as if that rationalized everything. My cousins repeatedly invoked Liu Shaokai, who had been China's president and Mao's heir apparent. He had endured 2 years of beatings and struggle sessions. Despite his lofty position, he had died in a Henan prison cell in 1969. The importance of this man, and the ignominy of his end, had deeply impressed my relatives. They seemed to see him as a kind of Chinese Christ, with a perversely nihilistic moral. Because he died in such a way, how could your story possibly matter? Zhang Hong was different. He was furious at what he had lost and he couldn't get over it. He acted as if his individual sorrows were important. He dared to see his suffering as equal to that of the country's president Liu Shaokai. Zhang Hong's story mattered and he was determined to tell it. I had always wondered why more people had not been driven mad by the trauma of the Cultural Revolution. Here was one who had, and he was family. After lunch, I sat down with the older brother to ask about the family history. My other relatives jumped in and out of the conversation as they passed through the living room. What do you know about my grandfather? I asked. The best person to answer your question, a silent motioning toward the bedroom where the old man lay, unable to speak, waiting for death. What do you know about your own grandfather? He later changed his name to Zhang Shenbo. He went to Beijing for college. He worked in Beijing. No, he worked in Harbin. Over a long day, 9 hours, with 6 relatives talking at me non-stop. I tried, but it was impossible. Every time I asked a question, we were sidetracked into a discussion over someone's other name, or the correct year of his birth, or what someone had said about him once. We drowned in facts, we were lost in a thicket of dates. Nobody could bring it together, combining these details into a coherent story. It was difficult even to figure out what my relatives had gone through, year by year. They glossed over their individual stories, they omitted long stretches, and they seemed to have forgotten key events. In a world where so many people had suffered, one person's story did not matter. Even the country's president Liu Shaokai could not be protected, let alone a little commoner like you. Finally I gave up asking questions. 7 hours into our conversation, I learned that their grandmother Jiao's mother had stayed in Liahutai and been killed during the land reform of the late 1940s. Over dinner, Yin Qiao turned to me and said, "Our grandfather committed suicide. Did you know that?" I sat and let the conversation wash over me, leaving bits of what I wanted to know like pebbles deposited at ocean's edge. Back home in Beijing, I read the letter from Zhang Hong that Jiao's daughter had saved for me. It consisted of 2 typed pages addressed to my father, my uncle, and my aunts. Even somebody who could not read Chinese would recognize it as a rant. The letter was entirely in boldface and marked by urgent underlining, oversize fonts, and multiple exclamation points, as if the typed characters in their neat squares could not contain his emotion. Chinese writing was not supposed to look like this. You said many times that you would not meet with us. Instead you viewed our troubles with indifference and gloated at our misfortune. A few years ago, I sent a letter that was virtually a distress call, hoping you would come forward and help my father and your own father at the same time. But you paid no heed, ruthlessly turning away from one in mortal danger. The Chang family of Liaotai continues the evil practices of the past, riding roughshod over human rights and jockeying for position between the legitimate and concubine branches of the family. My goal was to revive the tradition of filial piety and fraternal duty passed on from one generation to the next that our grandfather and great-grandfather founded. I never thought my father at the end would be victimized by you, my brothers. At the top of page 2, he took aim at me. Does Zhang Tongyi still want to write the family history? Will she write of these things, too? If she doesn't, what sort of family history is that? This letter, I learned from talking to my father, was the culmination of a series of exchanges that had been almost entirely one-sided. In the late 1990s, Zhang Hong had written to my father. He wanted to apply to the Communist Party to seek reversal of the political verdict on my grandfather. This process, known as Pingfan, allowed people who had been criticized during the Cultural Revolution to restore their reputations. Zhang Hong seemed to think this would help his own father's case, and he asked for my father's support. But it was a bizarre request. My grandfather, my family believed, had been murdered by communists, and now we should ask the party that killed him to clear his name? My father responded politely that he wasn't interested. Zhang Hong wrote back an angry letter to my father and uncle. A few years later, he sent another letter, accusing my father's family of causing him hardship and ignoring his troubles. He vowed revenge and sent copies of the letter to my father's and uncle's colleagues at the universities where they worked. I think Zhang Hong feels that we don't care about him, that we don't care about family matters at all, my father told me. He paused and then added, which is probably true. Zhang Hong had spent years researching the family history. He had been sent to live in Liaotai during the Cultural Revolution, where he met many relatives for the first time. He had visited Communist Party archives. He had interviewed the retired director of the Fushun coal mine, where my grandfather was killed. He possessed photographs of the ancestral temple before it burned and diagrams showing the layout of the buildings. The more I learned about Zhang Hong, the more I realized I would have to talk to him. He was the true historian in my family, even if he was being driven mad by the past. He had the documents and the photographs, he had done the research. I was a latecomer and an amateur, and I would never know what he knew. The thought of meeting him terrified me. Zhang Hong's last letter to my family had been in 2004, when I was still a reporter in Beijing. I hadn't visited my hometown yet, or thought of writing about family history. Yet in his letter Zhang Hong seemed to know my future. Does Zhang Tongyi still want to write the family history? Will she write of these things, too? The Chinese today have a troubled relationship with their past. On the surface, they take pride in it. China has 5,000 years of history, one is constantly reminded as an American, but there is an aversion to going much deeper than the level of a Qing dynasty television soap opera. Why did a great civilization collapse so rapidly when confronted by the West? What made people turn so readily on each other in workplaces, in villages, in families during the political movements of the 1950s and 1960s? And how could they pick up their lives afterward as if nothing had happened? The last question is easiest, through forgetting. The Communist Party has not acknowledged the scale of catastrophes like the famine of the late 1950s and the Cultural Revolution. In 1980, Deng Xiaoping ordered that the official history of the past 30 years should be rough rather than detailed for the sake of national unity. This approach has fed an aversion to going to the root of things. Thus the Cultural Revolution is commonly blamed on a handful of radical leaders, and the Tiananmen protests were the work of a few black hands manipulating the masses. That is for history to decide, people say when the subjects come up, as if speaking of long ago rather than events they witnessed and participated in themselves. Forgetting is also a personal choice, a tacit agreement among a great number of people to put the past aside. For my family who left China, it was more beneficial to move on than to mourn the wasted promise of my grandfather's life. For family who stayed behind, it was better to talk about Lu Shaokai than to ask why their own best years had been sacrificed. The migrants have it easiest of all. Escaping the trap of family, history, and the past is as simple as changing a name or speaking a word aloud. How do you say international trade? The past seemed to consist of only painful stories. A man was assassinated at a train station after the war. A woman was beaten to death in her village. A woman went to the temple and drew a very worst fortune. So much suffering suggests that there will be a historical accounting one day, but the instinct against introspection runs deep in this culture. Perhaps for a long time to come, China will feel the way it does now, a country that is at once tethered to history and unmoored from it, floating, free. In the county seat near Liaotai, I visited a 92-year-old man named Guo Dihui. He had bright eyes, shaggy eyebrows, and long fleshy earlobes as curvaceous as question marks. In China, big ears were a sign of good fortune. Guo Dihui had been a police officer during the Japanese occupation of Manchuria and later a KMT legislator, and he had known my family. A local official had accompanied me and he explained to the old man that I was the granddaughter of Zhang Shenfu. Alert as a child, he asked, "Are you the daughter of Zhang Liu or Zhang Ligong?" "I've been to your house," he said. "It is in Beijing, Zikan District, Fenzi Hutong, number 25. He rattled off the address, as if just this minute we might grab a taxi and head over. Later I discovered he was only 3 numbers off on the address, not bad for half a century. He recalled his visit to that house in 1947, the last time he saw my grandmother and my great-uncle. He and my great-uncle had been friends in the 1930s in the Liaotai area, where he had served as police chief and my great-uncle had been mayor. He was very friendly and liked by everyone. That's why he didn't have any trouble after the revolution. He came back during the Cultural Revolution, I said. Did you see him then? The old man shook his head. I didn't see him after that. In 1954, Guo was accused of being a Taiwan spy during the elimination of counter-revolutionaries campaign. In the northwestern province of Gansu, he was imprisoned in a shed behind a car factory. He spent his days reading newspapers and tending apple and peach trees. He stayed for 20 years. When he returned to the city in 1975, he was already of retirement age. The country supports me now, he said. I asked the old man his secret of longevity. I eat meat, but I don't eat the fat, he said. Before I turned 80, I ran half an hour every day. Now I still go for a walk every day. But the most important thing is thinking. Your thinking must be open. When something is past, do not worry about it anymore. You must always think of the good side of things. That fall, I returned to my hometown again. The corn was ripening in the fields and taller than a man already. In a month, it would be harvest time. I had come back because it wasn't precisely true that there were no more Zhangs here now. After my first visit, a relative named Zhang Tongxian who lived in a nearby town had heard about me and got in touch. He met me in a market town near the village. Tongxian had a long handsome face and he wore a dignified black pinstripe suit like a country preacher in an old western, except for the tinted glasses and the red motorcycle. He taught elementary school. Tongxian took me back to his house, where he and his wife farmed 2 acres of corn. Their 2 daughters attended school in the city. I sat down on the kong, the traditional heated platform that serves as the bed in northern Chinese villages, and he placed a book in my hands. It was our family genealogy, compiled under the direction of my great-grandfather in the 12th year of the Republic, 1923. The book was bound by string. It had water stains on its cover, and the edges of the pages were frayed and soft. During the Cultural Revolution, my father wrapped it in plastic and buried it in the ground, Tongxian told me. The genealogy traced our family back 11 generations to the ancestor who had migrated to Manchuria. An updated version, from 1993, extended the coverage by 3 generations. Tongxian had taken part in that revision, that was the addition of the genealogy that had been taken from the village and given to my father. I asked Tongxian what the purpose of compiling the genealogy was. It is to handle genealogical relations. He lowered his voice. Some of the people he named a village intermarried. This is not something for you to write. Didn't they know they were related? I asked. They weren't that clear about it, he said, and they weren't educated. This is for the sake of educating the younger generation. He took out a cardboard box. It contained photographs, letters, and diagrams of our family compound and temple that he had drawn based on the recollections of the village elders. The diagrams showed the central rooms where the family had slept, and the sheds along the sides where the servants lived. Symbols marked where the wash basin had been, and the stone tablets, and the Mauser pistols posted at the 4 corners of the yard. So much detail, painstakingly compiled and put away. Tongxian also gave me a 23-page history of the family that he had written, summing up everything he knew. It was also on this day that I learned the fate of Jiao's father, Zhang Feng'en. Soon after the political attacks began, Jiao had sent his father back to Liutai for safety, believing in the village as a traditional place of refuge. It was a miscalculation. Red Guards were arriving in rural China, and they brought their violent tactics of class struggle. Jiao's father had escaped such attacks during the land reform of the 1940s. Now he would learn that it is sometimes the people who have known you longest who have the most reason to hate you. As an 8-year-old boy, Tongxian had seen everything. During the Cultural Revolution, Jiao was given a politically bad label and sent down to the countryside. Feng'en came back to Liutai and lived in the house of his niece. In 1969, 2 work teams came to Kitamu. It was summer. They sent an order to have Feng'en brought there. The local saying was, when you throw a meat bun at a dog, it is gone forever. Feng'en was the meat bun, and the work teams were the dogs. That night, he hanged himself from a tree. Before that, he had already been struggled against. They paraded him around with a pointed hat. One of the people who criticized him was Zhang Lig. I knew that name. Zhang Lig was the relative my father and mother had met when they visited the village in 1995. They had been guests in his house and they had bowed to him, as the only living representative of the family left. So this man had denounced Jiao's father and helped drive him to his death. Zhang Lig was very lazy. He never did any work in his life. Feng'en had helped arrange his marriage so that he didn't have to pay anything. Then during the Cultural Revolution, Zhang Lig accused him. You do something good for someone and this is how he repays you. Zhang Lig and the others shouted slogans, down with Zhang Feng'en. Down with landlords. I was standing on the edge of the crowd and I saw this. I was crying. Zhang Feng'en came to our house a lot, and I liked him. We called him Sixth Uncle. I saw him crawling on his hands and knees in the schoolyard. The worst I saw was in front of the Liutai commune. He was beaten so that you couldn't see a single spot of skin on his back, it was all blood. That was the worst day. I was a child then. But none of the adults dared say anything. If you spoke up, you would have trouble. Before I left, Tongxian said he had something to show me. He took me on his motorcycle to a plain brick house belonging to a farmer who was also a distant relative. At the base of the front gate were 2 uncommonly grand blocks of marble stones from our ancestral temple. When the building was torn down during the Cultural Revolution, the old man who lived here had rescued and brought these into his house. Buried in the mud of a peasant's yard was all that remained of my family home, 2 stones, smooth and snowy white as the columns of a Greek temple. Each was inscribed with the character Shao, which means longevity. In traditional Chinese genealogies, a family traces its lineage back to the Shiqianzu, the first migrating ancestor who came from somewhere else and established himself where his descendants now live. Status-seeking families might claim a connection to a famous person of the distant past, but such spurious links betray themselves in the pages of the genealogy. Only the records after the first migrating ancestor are considered authentic. Migration fixes a person in place and time, and the history of a family begins when a person leaves home. The Chinese genealogy, which started to appear widely during the Song dynasty 1,000 years ago, is a rigidly Confucian document. Its purpose is to record the merit and righteousness of a clan's members. Like Communist Party propaganda, it prefers to emphasize the positive. Widows who remarried after their husbands' deaths in violation of Confucian propriety were often omitted from the pages of a genealogy, as were childless concubines and sons who became monks. The list of crimes leading to expulsion from the genealogy was long. According to one set of rules published during the Qing dynasty, it included violating ancestral graves, marrying in disregard of social classes, violent rampaging, whoring, joining armed rebellion, treason or heresy, withholding the truth from the emperor, strangling someone to death without cause, or marrying a prostitute, actress, slave, or servant. The genealogy reflected the traditional Chinese view that the purpose of history was not to relate facts or record stories, but to establish a moral standard to guide the living. History was not simply what happened, but what ought to happen if people behaved as they should. First migrating ancestor. Hualong. Married Mrs. Lu jointly buried in Fengtian Kaiwan County graveyard. 2 sons Yujun Yuchen. In the Jilin Zhang family genealogy given to me by my relative Tongxian, the entry for our first migrating ancestor, Zhang Hualong, was 5 lines long. Most subsequent entries were equally terse. A man was identified by his name, his wife's surname, the names of his sons, and the location of his grave. Those were the only facts worth knowing, whether a person had continued the family line, and where to pay proper obeisance. Later entries supplied dates of birth and death, and occasionally one would list achievements, though only those conforming to a narrow standard: degrees, titles, and awards. The vast majority of entries continued to list only name, wife, sons, grave. The absence of other details indicated that a man had achieved nothing notable in life. He was a farmer. The longest entry in the genealogy belonged to my grandfather. Chun En. Casual name Xingfu, later changed to Shenfu. National Peking University. Graduated in the economics department. Went to America. Graduated from University of Chicago Economics Department. Graduated from University of Michigan Mining Department. After returning to China served as Technical Director in the Jilin Province Bureau of Industry. And Director and Chief Engineer of the Muling Coal Mine. Chief Engineer of the Jiaozuo Coal Mine. Taught at Tangshan Engineering Institute. To resist the Japanese, headed the national strategic metal production of mercury, tin, and tungsten. Born 1899. Died 1946. Wife Li Xiangheng. Graduated from Peking Women's Normal College. Sons Liu Ligong. Of my father's generation, there was only a single entry in our branch of the family, Jiao. Born 1917. The rest of the page was blank. But the genealogy did not describe individual members of the family so much as stamp out anything that made them different. Reading the Jilin Zhang family genealogy was like going through my grandfather's diary. The individual was missing from the very place I most hoped to find him. So the entry for my grandfather died 1946 could mention his precise standing in the government hierarchy, a position higher than senior expert, but not that he was assassinated when he returned to Manchuria, or that his widow raised 5 children alone, or that those children would grow up and go to Taiwan and America but always be, like my Aunt Nellie, your child wandering on the island in the sea, sending her heartfelt longing to you. The entry for my great-uncle, Zhang Feng'en died 1969 remained silent on how he had died, by his own hand one summer night in the village after being beaten and denounced by members of his own family. It did not mention that Zhang Lig of the 10th generation, listed on page 55 of the genealogy, was chief among his tormentors. Nor did it say that Zhang Tongxian of the 11th generation, on page 37, watched it happen as a child. But maybe this was the secret of the genealogy, the reason this tradition of private record-keeping had endured for 1,000 years. By sticking to the essentials: name, wife, sons, grave, it imposed order and harmony on human existence. It kept at bay the realities of a world that was not behaving as it should, and perhaps never had. The sense of continuity was amazing. 14 generations after our ancestor came to Manchuria, the vast majority of his descendants were still named in the sequence set out by my great-grandfather 6 generations before. The genealogy contained one hidden surprise. Our first migrating ancestor had left Wanping County in Hebei Province to go to Manchuria. When I looked this up, I discovered that Wanping is a part of present-day Beijing. My grandfather left Beijing in 1920 to study in America, so he could save his country. My father left Beijing in 1948 on one of the last planes out of the city, when the country was already lost. And from America I came to live in Beijing, the place from which our first migrating ancestor had gone out 300 years before. In the winter of 2005 I went to Shenyang to meet the man who had vowed vengeance on my family. Zhang Hong met me at the gate of the Shenyang University of Technology, where he taught computer classes. His face was long and pale, with a high nose and prominent creases tracing the sides of his mouth, a face like my father's, though its deeper lines made him look more sad. He had improbably wavy teen-idle hair, and he wore dark pants and a polo sweater with an alligator on its chest facing the wrong direction. Zhang Hong shook my hand without smiling, his dark eyes regarding me steadily behind an intellectual's glasses. I got the feeling that he didn't smile very often. He led me across campus into a deserted building and up a pitch-black flight of stairs. His office was drafty, with 2 wooden desks pushed up against each other. You viewed our troubles with indifference and gloated at our misfortune. I never thought that my father at the end would be victimized by you, my brothers. Zhang Hong took out a handheld tape recorder. Do you mind if I tape this? He asked. My memory is bad. I must have looked taken aback, because he quickly put the device away. From what point of view are you writing your book? Zhang Hong asked next. The Chinese people's. I pondered the question, which was so distinctly Chinese. I'm writing this book from my own point of view, I said at last. He was also writing a book, he told me, about the history of our family. It would have 3 parts: flourishing, decline, revival. He had been researching it for 15 years. In the 2 days I spent with Zhang Hong, he was unfailingly polite. He took me home to meet his wife and son, and he treated me to dinner one night and lunch the next day. Our conversation, he told me, was one of the most important things he had experienced all year. He did not mention the hate mail he had sent to my father over the years, and neither did I. Zhang Hong was 3 years old when his father was labeled a rightist, and even as a young boy he felt ashamed of that political status. If an adult spoke to him, he would immediately confess the family crime: my father is a rightist. But when no one was around he would shout blasphemies at the top of his lungs. Down with the Communist Party! The Chinese Revolution has been defeated. I guess there were 2 sides of me, Zhang Hong said. There was the side that did that and the side that told people my father is a rightist. It's hard to explain what goes on in the mind of a child. Zhang Hong's father lost his job as a university professor and was sent to do manual labor in the countryside. His mother was committed to a psychiatric hospital with a diagnosis of schizophrenia. It was brought on by my father's political situation, Zhang Hong said. Later his father was hospitalized as well. Looking back, Zhang Hong cannot remember who looked after him and his younger brother for long stretches of time. One semester, the boys boarded at school so their teachers could take care of them, and during a school holiday they were taken to live with the university security guards. When Zhang Hong was 8 his parents divorced, and 3 years later his mother left for good. When the Cultural Revolution began, his father was arrested and later held for 6 months on the college campus. In 1970, when Zhang Hong was 16, the boys were sent with their father to live in Liaotai and work in the fields. Periodic denunciation campaigns alternated with peaceful spells when the villagers, many of them relatives, could be kind to them. Some of them gave Zhang Hong traditional Chinese books rescued from the library of Xinfeiwen, the family estate, and told him what they knew of the family history. In 1979, the family moved back to Shenyang. Zhang Hong's father returned to the university that had expelled him, and Zhang Hong was later offered a job there too. It is the same school that his son attends now. After Zhang Hong had talked for 3 hours straight, at which point we had reached only 1968, we went for a walk around the campus. As we passed a 3-story building, he pointed to an upstairs window. That's where they held my father when he was arrested. A doorway, that's where I went in when I visited him. Zhang Hong had had offers to work elsewhere, but he had always declined. 50 years on, he was rooted to the place where everything bad had happened to him. More than anywhere else, the Cultural Revolution unfolded on school campuses. Its victims were beaten in classrooms and paraded around athletic fields, denounced by fellow teachers and tortured by former students. Traditional Chinese culture had always held learning in the greatest reverence. That schools became the sites of humiliation and torment was one of the things that made the Cultural Revolution so terrible. Sometimes now on campus, Zhang Hong ran into people who had attacked his father. Like him, they had stayed on. One man as a student had been famous for giving out brutal beatings. After the Cultural Revolution, he came to see Zhang Hong's father and told him he was sorry. That evening, I went to a hot pot restaurant with Zhang Hong's family. His wife had a round fleshy face and tightly permed hair. She worked in the finance department of a real estate company. His son was a junior in college, studying accounting. Over dinner, Zhang Hong spoke at me for 2 hours about the Communist Party and Confucius, using classical idioms and quotations I did not understand. Shakespeare made an appearance, as did Tolstoy and Beethoven. I remembered that Zhang Hong had had only a 7th grade education. The Communist Party is a party of gangsters and hooligans. Mao Zedong said, if your army is left with just one soldier, then let that one soldier attack. Beethoven said, there are thousands of princes, but there is only one Beethoven. Zhang Hong's wife and son did not join the conversation. They ate silently while looking into the middle distance, like people grown accustomed to a relative with an embarrassing medical condition. Zhang Hong's wife spoke only once. When her husband asked if I knew a certain Confucian saying I didn't, she said quietly, a person learns the culture of the place where she has grown up. Zhang Hong's son didn't speak at all. He was a nice-looking boy with round dark eyes and short spiky hair. Every time I met his eyes, he gave me a smile that was sincere but knowing, as if he understood that everything his father and I were talking about was nonsense, but he was too good-natured to say so. Later I asked Zhang Hong if he thought his son would one day take up the struggle to clear his father's name. He said no, and he related a conversation between them. This is an economic era, Zhang Hong's son had told him, and the party cares only about business. Your problem is political. If you're looking to the party for an answer, you will never get it. Nothing that Zhang Hong had endured during the Cultural Revolution was out of the ordinary. Even the more exotic details of his family story, the divorce, the diagnosis of schizophrenia, were common enough in an era when many individuals and families broke under the stress of persecution. In most ways, Zhang Hong's experience mirrored that of Li Jiao's family: the rightist label, the loss of a university job, the decades spent laboring in the fields. If anything, Li Jiao's family had suffered more. Both his mother and father had died violent deaths in their village, while Zhang Hong's parents had survived. Zhang Hong's family was unusual in one respect: they fought back. When his father was called a rightist in struggle sessions, he responded, "What crap." If a Red Guard punched him in the face, he punched back. He wrote letters protesting his innocence, starting with the Shenyang Communist Party Committee and moving up the hierarchy. By the early 1970s, Zhang Hong's father was sending letters to Mao and his wife, Zhang Qing, and he traveled to Beijing to file petitions to clear his name. In 1978, the Communist Party set up commissions to review and rehabilitate hundreds of thousands of victims from 2 decades of political campaigns. In the party's judgment, the anti-rightist movement had been unnecessarily broad, with many people mistakenly labeled rightists. This followed the piecemeal approach to history laid out by Deng Xiaoping, allowing the reversal of individual verdicts without addressing whether the movement itself had been wrong. But the numbers said otherwise. Across China, more than 500,000 people had been named rightists, all but 96, it was eventually decided, had been labeled by mistake. Zhang Hong's father demanded compensation for his lost salary, and his university awarded him 11,000 yuan, more than $1,300, a large sum of money in the mid-1990s. The school also enrolled Zhang Hong in a 2-year computer training program and gave him a teaching job upon graduation. It tried to remove the rightist label, but Zhang Hong's father refused. He wanted the school to say that he had never been a rightist, an absolute statement that no official was willing to make. The family's rationale was a strange one. When someone was labeled a rightist during the 1950s, it had to be confirmed by the city's Communist Party committee. In China, even witch hunts were supposed to follow bureaucratic procedure. But in the case of Zhang Hong's father, the label had not been formally approved. His argument was not that the verdict had been wrong, but rather that it had not followed the appropriate protocol. Confronted by one of the most chaotic periods in Chinese history, Zhang Hong's father had chosen to tilt at a technicality. On a 1985 trip to Beijing, Zhang Hong's younger brother drowned in a canal on the city's northern outskirts, an apparent suicide. After his father died in 2001, Zhang Hong pursued his father's case. He wrote letters to the school and the city government, to the Communist Party's history department and the courts and the Prime Minister's cabinet. He told all of them that his father had never been a rightist, because he had not been labeled correctly. A few of the offices replied that they couldn't handle the case for one reason or another, most never responded. Zhang Hong was like a prisoner who continued to protest his innocence long after the door was open and the jailers had packed up and gone away. Before I left Shenyang, I had lunch with Zhang Hong and a friend of his who worked in the technology department of the Xinhua news agency. The friend was about to go to Egypt on a 3-year assignment. Most of the people sent abroad for Xinhua were said to be government spies, but I decided now was not the best time to explore that particular issue. I asked Zhang Hong how work on his book was going. "I've written 60,000 words, but I've only gotten to the Great Leap Forward," he said. "The whole book should be 600,000 words. "The Great Leap Forward," I repeated, suddenly feeling very tired. The man from Xinhua said with surprise, "You know about the Great Leap Forward?" I asked Zhang Hong, "Why haven't you finished writing it?" "My health is bad," he said, "so I work on it when I can." He paused. "To tell you the truth, I don't know from what angle to approach this story. How do I view the past? Do I say that everything that happened then was wrong? Or do I accept it? Don't you regret all the bad things that happened?" I asked. "It's just that during that time there were also many people who were kind to us," Zhang Hong said. "I have to decide what stance to assume in looking at this era. Or I could combine two stances, but that's not very interesting." After lunch, Zhang Hong took me back to his apartment. He had some documents about my grandfather that he wanted to give me. In a cramped bedroom that doubled as his office, he took out 2 plastic shopping bags and shook out their contents: ragged photocopies, newspaper editorials, letters. Paper, paper, paper. As soon as I saw Zhang Hong's filing system, I realized he would never write his book. The pile contained letters written by his father to various government offices, a document certifying his father's admission to a psychiatric hospital in the mid-1960s, a post-suicide letter from his brother's work unit stating that the dead man had been a hard worker, and a statement signed by an 81-year-old retired official who couldn't remember if Zhang Hong's father had been labeled a rightist or not. Divorce papers, alimony payments, report cards. Regarding my grandfather, he had some old newspaper clippings, I had them already, and 2 articles pulled off the internet with idle speculation about his murder. Zhang Hong kept a running tally of every time he had sent a letter or made an appeal on his father's behalf. Between 1993 and 2005, there had been 51 instances, in 2002 there had been 11, and 12 in 2003. The most recent letter, to the Supreme People's Court, had been written 5 days before my visit. Until I met Zhang Hong, it was possible to imagine him as a hero. In a world where almost everyone chose silence and forgetting, he dared to stand up and speak out. Throughout Chinese history, there had been such people, private historians, writing their own accounts of events when the official version fell short. Zhang Hong believed in the importance of his story, and he told it to anyone who would listen. But his effort had not led to clarity. Instead, it had twisted his mind beyond rescue. He insisted that his father was not a rightist, yet he failed to see that the entire movement against rightists had been meaningless. He had instincts of individualism. There is only one Beethoven and there is only one Zhang Hong, he asserted, but his ideas were hopelessly confused. How do I view the past? He had asked me, as if I could tell him the answer. In the factory towns of the South, I was meeting young women and watching them learn how to be individuals. They found jobs, they confronted bosses, they tried to learn new skills. Mostly they came to believe that they mattered, despite their humble origins. Do not feel inferior because we are ordinary migrant workers, Chunming wrote in her diary. We have no reason to feel inferior. In Zhang Hong's world, it was still 1957. He loved himself, he hated himself. He hated Mao, he quoted Mao constantly. He despised the party, he belonged to the party. The Chinese Revolution has been defeated. My father is a rightist. 12. The South China Mall. Chunming's map of Dongguan traced the different people she had been. Over 13 years, she had lived in 7 of its towns and switched residences, by her rough count, 17 times. In remote Qingzi she rose from factory clerk to department head and got a 500 yuan raise. In Zhongshan she joined the frenzy of direct sales. In Guangzhou she was a reporter with a talent for extortion. In the city's downtown she moved in with her boyfriend and started a company with him, a Dongguan double jackpot, but the venture fell apart, the relationship ended, and she was forced to start again. Since the late 1990s, she had sold building materials. She spent much of her working day on construction sites and inside industrial shopping malls that traded in paint, pipes, grout, and glue. It was a man's world and she liked that fine. She enjoyed being outdoors and not stuck in an office. Construction seemed to me like the most earthbound of industries, but for Chunming it meant freedom. Some places she had lived in more than once, but only the latest incarnation stayed in her memory, the way a computer document overwrites older versions of itself. One spring night, she and I took a motorcycle taxi through a district called Human. We passed a luxury hotel that had 800 rooms. From its rooftop, beams of red, blue, and green light swept the sky in wide searching arcs. I saw this hotel going up, Chunming said. I sold the water pipes that are in it now. That had been 7 years before, when she first entered the building materials business. Human was also where she had wandered homeless after fleeing the hair salon. And it was where she had worked when she first came out from her village. After Chunming had lived in Dongguan a few years, she thought of the city as home. Her past was inscribed in its buildings, in the pipes that delivered water to one of the city's grandest hotels. Her personal history was written in plaster and steel and stone. One afternoon I went with Chunming to an outlying district near the bus station. On a vast construction site, the largest mall in the world was being built. Only the world's 500 biggest brands will be here, Chunming told me, like KFC and McDonald's. But the South China Mall was already causing her headaches. A contractor complained that her company's paint was showing cracks, and he wanted the job redone. Until then, he was withholding 140,000 yuan in payment, or more than $17,000. Shopping malls known in Chinese as MO, as in Modeng, modern, were new to the Chinese retail scene. Developers aspired to their Western glamour and cachet, but beyond that they were pretty much at sea. They had no idea how the retail industry functioned in a mall. When it came to planning, the important thing was to make them as big as possible. The South China MO would cover 7 million square feet, with a 1.3-mile artificial river equipped with gondolas. A brochure referred to the MO as a dynamic entertainment theme park and made special mention of a roller coaster, an IMAX theater with a screen as large as a basketball court, and something called a Teletubbies Edutainment Center. Chunming and I waited for the contractor to arrive. Many of the MO's buildings were already up, their facades in clashing architectural styles. There were cupolas, towers, columns. One building was decorated in an apparent Christian motif of crosses. A row of billboards advertising the MO lined the sidewalk with one English word per sign, like a word puzzle with no solution. Spirit. Stink. Elusive. Nature. Sportful. Popple glorious. Are you sure they won't mind my being here? I asked Chunming. Don't you worry about that, she said loudly. These people are very low quality. Just at that moment, as if on cue, a skinny young guy rode up on a mountain bike and skidded to a stop, splashing our shoes with dirt. Are you Mr. Mew? Chunming said, only a little discomfited. Yes. I'm the project manager. Then who is Mr. Wang? The one who walks a little, you know, she said delicately. He's the chairman. Ah, the chairman. And is Mr. Huang the managing director? There is no Mr. Huang. It's just Mr. Wang. A representative of Chunming's company arrived and took us on a tour. The construction site was a lake of mud, its largest puddles crossed by wooden planks. One building exterior after another showed wide cracks, some extending the length of the facade. But Chunming's colleague blamed the quality of the construction. The surfaces painted in a rival company's product, he said, also had to be redone. Chunming nodded. They are just trying to avoid having to pay, she concluded quickly. Her colleague led us to the corner of a building. Look at that, he said, pointing to a sizable crack at the base. Chunming knelt and poked at the corner with her fingers. A fist-sized chunk of the world's biggest MO came off in her hand. She suspected corruption. Raw material costs were going up, and many construction companies were cutting corners and defaulting on their debts. In a commercial world that rewarded risk-taking, everyone was overstretched. We circled the complex again. Chunming looked up at a metal tower reaching into the sky. One day soon, an amusement park ride would plunge passengers down its 200-foot length. I hope the construction of that is better quality, she said. The contractor reappeared on his bike. I think the problem is with the construction of the building, not the paint, Chunming told him. She glibly repeated something her colleague had said about steel mesh and reinforced concrete and air bubbles. The contractor could not hide his frustration. Opening day of the MO's first phase, he said, was 2 weeks away. That seemed extremely unlikely given the current state of the MO but perfectly possible considering how things worked around here. I don't care if it's the factory's problem or whose problem, he said. If we don't finish, we don't get paid. And we're talking about several million, not several thousand. At an impasse, they dialed different executives on their mobile phones. Chunming's voice was the loudest. I have already talked to the cripple, she shouted at one point. All three of them were young and spoke Mandarin with heavy rural accents, probably none of them had had a day's instruction in business, building, or contracting in their lives. Chunming turned to the contractor and said calmly, I believe it's not a problem with paint. But if you want to contest it, I will send our technical people by. In the end her company agreed to do some repairs, the contractor paid up what it owed, and the MO opened 2 weeks later, right on schedule. I stopped by the South China MO one weekend afternoon 2 years later. McDonald's and Pizza Hut were doing brisk business, but the rest of the place was dead. There were only a few stores, which were either deserted or closed. Most of the spaces were empty shells, with glass doors chained shut and walls of bare plaster, as if construction were still underway. 2 open areas on the main floor were filled with inflatable bouncy castles, parents paid a few yuan to let their kids jump up and down inside. That looked like an innovation of sorts, the least productive use of indoor MO space in the entire retail industry. The South China MO felt to me like another Dongguan history museum. Putting up a building was easy, the hard part was figuring out what went inside. In the end, paint turned out to be the least of the MO's problems, and in the afternoon sunshine the building exteriors looked bright and brand new. There was more than one way for a MO to fail. Corruption seeped through Dongguan life. The motorcyclists who offered rides to pedestrians wore vests that said volunteer security officer. This blatantly dishonest job title was used to skirt a law banning for-profit operations involving motorcycles. A regulation limited government banquets to 4 dishes, 1 soup, but officials countered by ordering rare seafood entrees costing thousands of yuan. Driver's licenses were another racket. Aspiring drivers had to take 50 hours of classes at government-affiliated schools, but on test day they still had to bribe their examiners. In each car there are 4 people taking the test, a factory executive explained to me, and if one person doesn't give money, all 4 may fail. It was far easier to buy a fake license, as Chunming had done years ago. She had taken a few lessons since I know how to drive forward, and she figured that one day she would learn the rest of what she needed to know. Driving is not hard, she informed me. The key is not to get angry at other people. Kickbacks were universal in her industry. In order to make a sale, she usually had to pay 10% under the table to the buyer. That meant the person buying a product often earned more on the deal than the factory selling it. Some potential clients asked Chunming straight out, "How much will you give me?" Others were more discreet. But you could see from their apartments and nice cars, she said, that everyone took kickbacks. Corruption was embedded in the language. The word for commissions, yongjin, meant a legitimate percentage earned by a seller, but it also referred to illegal kickbacks to a buyer. As far as the language was concerned, you couldn't distinguish between legal and illegal transactions, even if you wanted. At the Lunar New Year, clients were given Hongbeo red envelopes of cash and lavish boxes of tea, liquor, and cigarettes, which were called li, presents. I never heard the Chinese word for bribe used by anyone. It's very black, Chunming said. But even if you don't do it yourself, you won't change anything. She had her own personal code. She refused to sell any substandard product that might harm someone. If she was on the buy side of a deal, she said, I wouldn't ask for it, but if someone gave me a kickback I wouldn't refuse. One afternoon, she mentioned that her older brother had moved to Shenzhen. What does he do there? I asked. His work is not very proper, she said. He works with other people. She hesitated, then plunged ahead. Basically what he does is illegal. Her brother resold second-hand mobile phones. Often the phones had been stolen, with their keypad covers replaced to make them look new. Chunming didn't blame her brother. She told me he had tried to do business at home but couldn't make a living there. Is Dongguan more corrupt than your hometown? I asked. Chunming shook her head. It's about the same. It's just that there are more opportunities here. Another day she told me a friend's brother had scored well on the city's civil service exam. I asked her what kind of person aspired to be an official. The big bosses need the help of officials with the right connections, she explained. And the officials work together with the companies. It's a form of cooperation. So deciding to be a government official is just another way to go into business. She didn't mention job security or prestige or the desire to serve one's country. Being an official was just an alternate route to the market economy. It was the best explanation I ever heard of why anyone in China entered government service. Chunming's boss parked his forest green Toyota SUV and walked over to where she and I were waiting. He was in his 40s, with a bland square face and glasses, a generic-looking businessman wearing a tan shirt with a grey suit. He said hello to Chunming and ignored me. Chairman Chen, this is my friend, Chunming prompted. Chairman Chen's head swiveled 15 degrees until I entered his field of vision. He smiled and shook my hand, as if I had just become visible that instant. They had come to Shenzhen to negotiate contracts with sales agents. The first stop was a storefront office where they sat and waited amid buckets labeled tile grout and waterproofing slurry. And waited. It was 10 in the morning, and Boss Ye was already running late. These were some of the rules of doing business in China: never plan ahead. Never turn off your mobile phone. Never be on time. Chunming passed the time gathering intelligence from a young woman who worked in the office. I just saw that big order of Davco go out as we were coming in, she said, naming a rival brand. Yes. Where is it going? To the construction site. Yes. The young woman named a project. It sells pretty well now, doesn't it? Yes. You've just arrived, right? Chunming asked. Last month. Chairman Chen lowered the newspaper he was reading. How are sales this month? Quite good, the young woman answered. But if you've only been here a month, he said, how do you know if sales are quite good or not? The young woman blushed and didn't say anything. Chairman Chen asked Chunming whether she had found a site for a new Dongguan store yet. She described a few possible locations while he continued reading his paper, occasionally flinging questions out of the side of his mouth without looking in her direction. While she was still talking, he took out his mobile phone and started dialing. That let her know their conversation was over. Boss Ye arrived an hour late, wearing a brown jacket from one suit and black pants from another, and bragging that a client owed him 900,000 yuan. He told Chunming and Chairman Chen that he wanted to pull out of the retail side of the business. Chunming said that first he must hand over a full list of clients. In response, Boss Ye started taking pot shots at the products made by Chunming's company. Grabbing a chunk of tile, he scratched a gash across its surface with a small rock. See? The quality is not good. The performance looked rehearsed, the tile was already riddled with old scratches. Chunming rushed to the tile's defense. That's just a sample. That's an actual tile. Chairman Chen sat back in his chair, ostentatiously smoking Marlboros without offering them to anyone. When he did speak, it was often to undercut something Chunming had said. We will draw up a contract. The contract is not important. Most important is that we compile the client list. I imagined what Chunming would say if she had been fixed up with Chairman Chen on a blind date. He didn't make eye contact the whole time he spoke to me. He wore a tan shirt with a grey suit. He is so low class. But he was the boss, so she kept quiet. Later in the day, Chunming and her boss visited another sales agent. They had arranged to meet Boss Luo at his store inside a mall selling construction materials, but they had trouble finding him. They were looking in paint stores, but it turned out that his shop sold water faucets and door handles. That was another rule of business: diversify like crazy. Chunming announced that they were willing to award him the exclusive right to their Shenzhen retail business. Boss Luo was interested. Are all your sales entered into a computer? Chunming asked. No, Boss Luo said. Our salespeople are in the marketplace. Once they go down there, they know right away what's going on. Not necessarily, Chunming said. If you have the precise numbers, you know exactly how your sales are doing. Boss Luo didn't say anything. Don't leave a paper trail. Chairman Chen spoke up. How about getting rid of these water faucets? He asked. They present the wrong image. I can't do that, Boss Luo said, looking pained. The faucets are a big part of our revenue. Chunming asked Boss Luo about his sales targets, but again her boss cut her off. You can figure that out later. Chairman Chen seemed to exhibit many of the traits of unqualified leaders. But when I read the Square and Round book, I found that its rules for success described his behavior exactly. When you are sitting face to face, whoever shifts his line of vision first gains the initiative. To maintain a halo around your head and increase your importance, you must appear as little as possible. Let a competent subordinate appear in your place. Only when everything has been resolved do you appear at the end to make a final decision. The day ended at yet another construction site, where Chun-Ming met up with two colleagues. More troubleshooting. A client complained that their company's base coat product, which was spread on a building surface before applying paint, was too powdery. More waiting. The man in charge of the project was in a meeting. Someday, Chun-Ming had told me, a forest of luxury apartments would rise on this spot. As the late afternoon sun stretched their shadows across the lot, she and her co-workers spoke of the rural villages they had come from. It was a country remembered but now gone forever, like childhood. At home there was a graveyard right behind my house. I'm not afraid of people who have been dead a long time, but the ones who have just been put into the ground. In my village, there is also a graveyard behind my house. I have seen with my own eyes that blue fire that jumps from one grave to another. They say those are the souls of people. How often do you go home? I haven't been home in 8 years. The foreman arrived at last. Everyone gathered around a section of wall that had been painted with the base product. It felt smooth and dry, just as it should. Chun-Ming took charge. Sometimes there may be slight differences from one batch to the next. That may account for slight differences in quality. If there are quality problems, it is very important to me, said the foreman, not ready to be appeased. And if there are quality problems, it is even more important to us, Chun-Ming said soothingly. You are very important to us. But the date on the bag said it was all produced the same day. How can there be differences in quality? Lai Gong, Chun-Ming's colleague from the technical department, explained that a factory produced many batches in one day. Your workers must make sure to apply it properly, Chun-Ming said. You can't wait too long between applying the base and the paint, because the base will get too dry. Right now in Shenzhen it is very dry. Even people feel it. Humanizing the paint surface, brilliant. The foreman started on a round of elaborate apologies. That was the usual sign that a Chinese business meeting was coming to an end. My greatest regrets that you had to come all this way. Not at all, Chun-Ming said. If there are any more problems, just call Lai Gong directly. Lai Gong, give him your card. The young man fumbled in his computer bag and he will help you. Chun-Ming and I walked out to the highway to catch a taxi and meet a friend of hers for dinner. The two young men, who might have been hoping for an invitation, walked down the road in the other direction, looking disappointed and hungry. Chun-Ming and I shared a taxi back to Dongguan that night. Sometimes I feel like I need to recharge, like I don't have enough energy, she said. I lack so many things. I don't know English, I don't know computers. When I joined this company, I told my boss I'd learn English in 2 years. Now I've been here almost 3 and I still don't know it. She was thinking of returning to the assembly line English school, where she had taken a few lessons and dropped out. She was also thinking of leaving her paint company. What would you do? I asked. My friends, the ones who are all bosses of their own trading companies, are trying to talk me into starting my own company. They make 20 or 30,000 yuan a month. But if I did that, my life would be just about making money. I want to keep raising the quality of my life. I want to find new kinds of happiness. It seemed that everything in Dongguan could be reduced to numbers, sales, kickbacks, language ability. The height of a potential boyfriend. You started with numbers. What year are you? How much a month? How much for overtime? And then other numbers charted your progress, salary, the square footage of an apartment, the price of a new car. But Chun-Ming was looking for something that couldn't be measured. As we sped along the dark highway, the factories of Chang zipped past on both sides. If the lights are still on, it means people are working overtime, Chun-Ming said. So many people work for years inside the same factory. It was 11 o'clock, but many of the factories were still lit, each one casting a cold blue glow into the night like a dying star. Two crucial things happened soon after that. Chun-Ming's boss cut her sales commissions without explanation, and a good friend named Lu Huachun bought a Buick. She was 26 years old. She used to be a clerk in a shoe factory, Chunming told me. Then she started her own factory with investment from her brother, learned everything from start to finish, and within 1 year she is able to buy a car. These events spurred Chunming to action. In the spring of 2005, she set up a business with a friend to buy and sell mold parts, the innards of the plastic injection molding machines that made everything from water pistols to coat hangers. They invested 100,000 yuan, about $12,500, in savings and loans from friends. Her new business partner had worked for 6 months in the finance department of a hardware factory. Chunming's only contact with molds had been on the assembly line a decade before, when she had made plastic toy cars and trains, but she wasn't in the least perturbed. Doing anything is about knowing how to behave as a person, she told me. If you can behave well, you will do well. She didn't tell her boss she was leaving, in fact, she didn't leave. Since she rarely went to the office anyway, Chairman Chen had no way of knowing one of his star salespeople had gone off and started her own company while on his payroll. She continued to keep up with clients and to draw her monthly pay. It was classic Chinese behavior on all sides. He didn't tell her why he cut her commissions. She didn't tell him that she had quit his company. She also started seeing a dentist. Her 2 front teeth stuck out slightly and she was considering teeth beautification, which entailed having the offending teeth pulled and replaced by porcelain fakes. After that you couldn't bite into anything hard, like meat on the bone. Chunming was also considering braces, but that took at least a year. Beautification was instant. A friend of a friend had undergone the procedure. It changed the way she looks, Chunming reported, and completely transformed her life. The next time I went to Dongguan, Chunming filled me in on all these developments, but she mentioned the teeth first. The molds were a career change, the teeth a cosmetic one, but to Chunming they were part of the same project. She was becoming someone else, again. The new business began with deception. The partners printed up name cards in Chinese and English that said Dongguan Yuxing Hardware and Mold Parts Corporation. There was no such entity. At this point, all that existed was a store. Corporation makes us sound bigger, Chunming explained. She and her business partner, Fu Gui, were on their way to Shenzhen. It was the first day of the 6th China International Machinery and Molds Industry Exhibition. In the taxi, Chunming continued to field calls from her old job. If it says putty additive on the label, it means you can use it, she shouted into her mobile phone. I can show you a price list, but you can't share it with anyone. In between, she called her brother to share bad news from home. Uncle has stomach cancer, she said in a quieter voice. We have to send money home right away. The fair was being held at the Shenzhen Convention and Exhibition Center. The center was still under construction and not formally open yet, but its vast floor swirled with crowds. Chunming and Fu Gui joined the mob, like minnows sucked into the mighty current. Some of these machines can cost 1 million. Chunming said, her eyes big with excitement. She walked up to one that was spitting out plastic coat hangers. Oh! We used to have these when I worked in the factory. A man proudly handed her a sea green hanger that was still hot, like a fresh bagel. Chunming and Fu Gui wandered the exhibit booths, handing out cards and picking up product catalogs. Their aim was to meet parts manufacturers or their chief distributors, who bought straight from the factory and offered the lowest price. Everyone claimed to be a chief distributor, but when they quoted a price, you knew they were lying. What do you do? A man at a booth asked Chunming. She mentioned a type of saw blade, hesitated, then said, we do a lot of things. Look at my card. Occasionally she bargained. How much? Picking up a drill bit and weighing it in her hand, as if she were buying onions at the market. Then, so much? When we come, you must give us a better price. The molds fair was bewildering to me. One booth might display something that resembled an oversized gold battery, another offered a metal cylinder lined with holes, like an old-fashioned hair curler. I saw tangles of brightly colored plastic spirals that looked like Tinker Toy creations. The advertisements around the exhibits didn't help much. Billboards featured metal parts against a backdrop of blue sky or city skyline, or sometimes a bunch of gears grouped in a circle, as if in orbit. Some of the signs were in English, but this was a language almost entirely of nouns rammed forcibly together, like a Mack truck pileup. Traction drive speed accelerator. Turret punch press. There were electrical discharge machines and centerless grinding and alloy quenching furnaces. The industry was populated by meaty-looking men who resembled bodyguards, though occasionally a woman from a factory's marketing department had been pressed into service. The hottest booth on the floor belonged to Eva Precision Industrial Moldings. 3 young women in tight-fitting shirts handed out flyers while a video featuring gear parts and a disco soundtrack played on a screen behind them. By mid-morning, Chun Ming and Fu Gui were weighed down with shopping bags full of catalogs, like harried Christmas shoppers. They stowed their loot and continued on their rounds. At noon, Chun Ming called a friend who also wanted to start a molds business and had asked Chun Ming to join her. The friend had not even left home yet. That was how Chun Ming knew that in allying with Fu Gui, she had picked the right business partner. Their new store was in the Changrong International Machinery and Hardware Center, a mall of machine parts stores near the Bubujo Electronics factory. It was situated in the middle of a long row of stores exactly like it. The downstairs had a meeting area and shelves lined with product samples, while the second floor would be their living quarters. On the floor was a single mattress where Fu Gui slept. Over the next month, Chun Ming moved in. She and Fu Gui repainted the walls a clean white and stocked the small kitchen with Chun Ming's pots and dishes and her rice cooker. They moved her double bed upstairs and fashioned a cozy sitting room with shelves, a television, and a sofa. "If the place I live isn't clean and comfortable, I can't work," Chun Ming said. But however you dressed it up, she was now living in a machine parts mall. If there was more to life than making money, you couldn't see it from here. Chun Ming had one complaint about her new living arrangement: I can't bring home lovers anymore, but her dating didn't seem to suffer any. She spent a day at a beach resort with a man who worked in finance. In the course of telling me this story, the man's marital status changed from he has been married to he is married. She met a good-looking guy in a restaurant and started a relationship even though he had a girlfriend. She cut it off when he started renovating his apartment, a signal to Chun Ming that he was probably getting married soon. She had a fling with someone she met online. "He's a surgeon," she told me. "He's very fat, but he has a good heart. He must be married." "He must be married?" I asked. "I don't know. He won't tell me." "Did you ask him?" She had. "You're married, right?" she asked. "If you think I'm married," he responded, "then I'm married." Married men who pretended not to be were the #1 dating hazard of Dongguan. Fu Gui, Chun Ming's business partner, had been involved with one such man. Lu Huachun, the friend who had recently bought the Buick, had been tricked twice. In a place where people lied reflexively for work, deception naturally seeped into personal relationships. Lying was often the pragmatic choice because it got you what you wanted. Eventually your lies might catch up with you, but few people thought that far ahead. Chun Ming had her own rules for such affairs. No one should get hurt, and neither side should make demands. "Of course, I'd like to find the right person and get married," she told me. "But since I haven't, it's fine to be with someone you don't love. You can still enjoy your time together. You can still rest your head on his shoulder when you're tired and feel a sense of security." I once asked Chun Ming if she had ever met a man older than she who wasn't married. The minute I asked I thought it was a dumb question. Of course she had, until she answered. "Very, very few," she said. She thought for a while. "My old boss." Then she made a face. "The ones who aren't married are all no good." Of course, that didn't mean the married ones were any good, either. While living in the machine parts mall, Chun Ming and Fu Gui devised a way to trap men. They posted the personal details of an imaginary 24-year-old woman on a local website, next to a picture of a beautiful woman they had downloaded from the internet. She's 1.65 meters tall, she speaks English and French, she works in international trade, and she likes jazz, Chunming told me. She paused. I don't even know what jazz is. The men fell over themselves to chat with her. Chunming knew many of them, and one was an occasional lover who told her he never met women online. She cut off relations with him after catching him in the act of flirting with the imaginary jazz fan. The city planner she had been involved with, he is very ugly, also came calling. But Chunming had turned against him. She found out that he had bragged about sleeping with her to other people. We get men to come talk to us and then we attack them, Chunming explained. But they're very thick-skinned, because they still hope they have a chance with you. She showed me a recent exchange between the virtual woman and the city planner. I think you are probably like a pig, she wrote. A fat pig. Actually, I am more like a mouse. A mouse? Isn't that even more disgusting? She called him fat pig a few more times, while he tried gamely to keep the conversation going. Then I watched as Chunming logged on as two people at once, as herself and as the young woman. The young woman was immediately bombarded with messages. Are you Hunan Eset? What are you doing? In your picture, you look even younger than 24. Chunming ignored them. As herself, she was chatting with a possible date, though he was on the far border of possible, 42 years old, divorced, with a young son. Are you off tomorrow? Yes, are you? Can we meet? I'm going to see friends tomorrow. How about dinner the following night? She agreed. If we meet and have no feeling, she wrote, then let's not eat together. Chunming took other precautions. She never gave a strange man her mobile phone number, so he couldn't track her down if things went badly. She didn't even tell him her name, making up one Ling instead. After Chunming had explained these rules and detailed her plans, she said, now I want to meet a man who has never been online. Who has never been online? Fu Gui said. Ever since the internet, Chunming lamented, relations between people have become false. Ever since mobile phones, relations between people have become false, Fu Gui said. You can always lie and say you're somewhere you're not. The next time I saw Chunming, I asked her how the date with the 42-year-old man went. She wrinkled up her face. Not good. What was wrong with him? She pointed to the top of her head. On the top of his head he had a spot. What? A bald spot. A spot where the hair was very thin, she said. I don't like those men who have very little hair. You couldn't see that at all in the picture he sent me. The man also had a 17-year-old daughter whom he had not mentioned in their online chats. A bald spot and a grown daughter both were deal killers for Chunming. You had to wonder about a man who thought he could hide either of those for very long. Not surprisingly, Chunming's relations with her boss continued to deteriorate after she stopped doing any work for his paint company. In April 2005, around the time she moved into the machine parts mall, Chairman Chen cut her salary by 500 yuan and banned her from signing up new clients in Shenzhen. In May she was formally fired. In June she learned the company would not be paying her commissions she had earned earlier that year. Together with severance pay, the company owed her 11,000 yuan, more than $1,300. Chunming tried to get in touch with Chairman Chen, but his management strategy in this particular case was not to answer his phone. To maintain a halo around your head and increase your importance, you must appear as little as possible. Over lunch with me and a friend, she mulled her options. Now I just have to see how much money he gives me, she said. If it's not enough, I'll sue him. A lawsuit is too much trouble, Chunming's friend said. There are other ways to get your money. He had a thin face, with the skin stretched tight over the cheekbones and hair so short it gave him a permanently startled expression. He worked in shipping. What other ways? I asked. He said a cousin of his had been owed money by a client. One day I was in the parking lot of the client's company. I saw a Benz parked there. Is that the company president's car? I asked people. It was. Chunming's friend did a little more research and phoned up the company president. I told him his home address. I told him the ages of his children. The company paid up 90% of the money they owed right away. A few weeks later, Chunming decided to file a legal complaint with the Labor Bureau in Guangzhou, the provincial capital. A complaint like this has a big impact inside a company, she told me. Once the Labor Bureau starts investigating, all the employees will start thinking, what about the money the company owes me? The company will have to treat them better. She was excited, and so was I. So much of life was unfair, Chunming knew that as well as anyone. Yet she believed her individual suffering mattered, and she was willing to go to court to seek justice. It was the last thing I would have expected. The following Monday morning, we took the bus to Guangzhou. Chunming was dressed, stylishly as always, in a slim black sweater, khaki pants, and high heels. We traveled by subway to the Provincial Labor Bureau and were immediately bounced to the District Labor Bureau. The office had a long low counter, with chairs for visitors on one side and a civil servant sitting opposite each chair. The arrangement was supposed to make government more accessible, but there was never one supplicant per official. Instead, at least half a dozen people huddled around each chair, maneuvering for an opening. While waiting, they listened in on other cases and periodically offered comments. A middle-aged man was sitting in the chair when we arrived, explaining at great length how his boss had disappeared without paying him. Chunming pushed to the front and crouched low beside him, like a ball boy at a tennis tournament tensed to spring. When the man paused for breath, she bounced up. "Excuse me, I just have a quick question." The official looked through her documents, her employment contract, letter of dismissal, a copy of her company's registration certificate. The papers showed why it would be almost impossible for ordinary workers to file a complaint. They rarely signed work contracts and they did not have access to a company's registration documents, as Chunming did because her clients sometimes wished to see them. The official told her she must get a copy of the license for the company's branch in Guangzhou. But by now it was almost noon, and government offices across the city were shutting down. In a world where almost everyone worked non-stop, Chinese officials enjoyed 2-hour breaks for lunch and a long nap. When Chunming stopped by one office to ask a quick question, the guard at the gate looked offended. "They are still sleeping." Over soup and rice at a self-serve lunchroom, Chunming revealed her plan B. She opened her business card case and plucked out a card. Goran Widström, Group Chairman. This was the head of her former employer's parent company, which was based in Sweden. He had visited the Dongguan office several years ago and impressed Chunming as a kind person. "Chairman Chen doesn't know I have the business card of Wei Sit Eling," she said, using the transliteration of the Swedish name. She caressed the edge of the card with her fingers. Once Wei Sit Eling knew what was going on, he would help her get her money back. Chunming asked me if I could call him. I looked at my watch. The Swedes were still sleeping, like the Chinese officials. We lingered and drank several glasses of strong tea. "Sometimes I wonder what I'm working so hard for," Chunming said. "I read in a book that success is saying the things you want to say and doing the things you want to do. I don't feel like that now." "What would you like to do?" I asked. "I'd like to study. I would really like to learn English." Her eyes filled suddenly with tears. She pressed a tissue into them, hard. As usual, I hadn't seen it coming. "You've already done so much," I said. "Just read your diaries and you can see how far you've come." "Don't mind me," she said. "I cry very easily. People think I'm strange." She dabbed at her eyes one last time, smiled at me, and stood up to do battle with the bureaucracy. Chunming visited 3 commerce bureaus that afternoon in search of her former employer's branch office license. The City Commerce Bureau pushed her to the province to the district. No two officials said the same thing. Finally, a woman at the District Commerce Bureau said she could print up the license for 60 yuan. Once money entered the conversation, there was hope. It was already 4:10 when Chunming, license in hand, ran into the City Labor Bureau to file her complaint, past the sign that said please do not make noise, smoke or spit. But she was in the wrong place, again. The district, not the city, handled branch offices of foreign enterprises, an official told her. He gave her a brochure explaining this. Just before 5, Chunming returned to the District Labor Bureau, her third visit of the day. And for the third time, the same official behind the same low counter denied her. You must go to the City Labor Bureau. They handle foreign enterprises. They don't handle the branch offices of foreign enterprises, Chunming countered, slapping the brochure down on the table. He picked it up. Written documents always impressed people in China. The official read the brochure and then put it down. Slowly it was dawning on him that he might actually have to do some work today. He pointed her to the end of the counter to get an arbitration form. As Chunming filled out the form, she realized that arbitration might be more complicated than she expected. She would have to meet with her old boss to negotiate a settlement, which was the last thing she wanted. She would need to return to Guangzhou for the negotiation and to pay a fee whether or not she got any money. But there was no time to think any of it through, because she was scrambling to fill out the forms, which ran 4 pages and had to be filled out in duplicate. The government employees were leaving for the day, the women zipping their purses shut with finality. Wait, I'm going to file this today, Chunming called out. The last woman left in the office stood up and shut off her computer. It's 5:28. Are you going to finish in the next 2 minutes? She said caustically. Can't you please be more helpful? I asked. We came all the way from Dongguan this morning. I live far away too, the woman said. Finally Chunming gave up, she would have to come back another day. They have absolutely no sense of responsibility in their work, she said to me as the metal gate of the Labor Bureau clanged shut behind us. Out on the sidewalk, Chunming began to have doubts. Arbitration was so complicated. A legal complaint might bring trouble to Wei Siting. Foreign investors in China were always vulnerable. She had more faith in personal intervention, even from a person living 7 time zones away whom she barely knew. Once I get him on the phone, I'm sure he'll remember me, Chunming said. And then we can talk about it. I told her that most likely a secretary would answer the phone. Wei Siting was probably very busy, I said, and she shouldn't get her hopes up. When I met him in China, he didn't behave like a person who was important and busy. I felt like he was someone who really understands how to live. She had such faith in herself and her own importance. When she finally got through to Wei Siting, the global chairman of a Swedish paint company, she was certain the two of them would talk as friends, as equals. But of course it was exactly the kind of blind confidence that had brought Chunming to where she was today. I dialed the number on the card. It was an answering service, in a secretary's voice, just as I had expected. I said what Chunming had told me to say. I am calling on behalf of Ms. Wu in the Dongguan sales department. She met you at a group meeting in Dongguan at the end of 2003. She has left the company but has always admired you very much. Now she has been fired for no reason, and the company has not paid the commissions owed her. She wants to file for labor arbitration, but she doesn't know how it will affect you and your company. She is wondering if you can help her. Wei Siting never called. Chunming never returned to Guangzhou to file her arbitration claim. Her former boss offered to pay part of the money he owed, which was enough for her. Too many things in her life were changing. She decided to quit the molds company. She would hand over her stake to Fugui, who would pay back her investment at a later date. The company had 2 regular clients and was already breaking even. We haven't made big money yet, Chunming said. But even if I make a lot of money, it won't satisfy me. Just to make money is not enough meaning in life. She planned to go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, the lunar calendar holiday that celebrated the summer harvest. After so many years in the city, Chunming still marked time by the traditional holidays, seeing them as natural breaks between the phases of her life. When she returned to Dongguan, she would spend 2 years studying English. She had made up her mind, she told me. I want to learn English so I can live a happier life. 13. Love and money. Nothing about Min's life satisfied her after she returned from her visit home for the new year. She wasn't learning anything new in her job, and her salary was low. She could see how badly she stacked up. Because she worked in the human resources department, she knew how much everyone else in the factory made. And she was unhappy with her boyfriend. As an assistant on the factory floor, Aji made 300 yuan more a month than Min, but his was a dead-end job. He was only a middle school graduate, a fact that Min had never mentioned before. At one point he suggested she follow him to Beijing, where he could get a job as a security guard. She turned him down. Everyone looks down on security guards, she told me. It's even lower than being an ordinary worker. Aji's shyness, a common enough country trait, became a liability. At a dinner with Min's friend from a former factory, Lin Jie, and her 2 sisters, Aji didn't say a word the entire meal. Afterward Lin Jie sent an assessment to Min on her mobile phone. I've discussed it with my sisters and we all think he is too soft. He is not worthy of you. From Changsha, where she had found work doing sales for a bank, Min's older sister Gaimin weighed in. In this society, a person who is too well behaved cannot survive. Min worried that Aji's lack of ambition was rubbing off on her. Since I've been dating him, I haven't studied at all, she complained. I can't go on having fun like this. If I do this for another year or 2, that will be my whole life. Aji had reason to be comfortable where he was. 2/3 of the workers and all the top bosses in the factory were from Henan, his native province. He had many friends at work, while Min was more alone than ever now that her older sister was gone. She had no friends inside the factory, a deliberate choice. If you get close to someone, she said, it's easier for them to betray you. For a long time, I didn't know much about Min's factory. It was Hong Kong owned, it made handbags, that was all she had said. On the train ride home to her village, she surprised me with a New Year's present, a Coach change purse, with the company's signature logo of capital C's, its edges lined in brown suede. I assumed it was fake, like so many things in Dongguan. Only by chance did I learn that Min's factory manufactured for some of the biggest brands in the business, Coach, Ellie Sportsac, Dooney and Bork, Lacoste. So the purse she had given me was authentic. It probably cost $50 in America. One night after Min had returned to Dongguan, I asked her and Aji how they got the bags. If you're friends with the security guards, you can take the handbags out of the factory, Aji said. You mean you just steal them? I asked. We work on the factory floor, Aji said, in a matter-of-fact way. If the production line has filled an order, we can have them make a few extra bags. Then if you're friends with the guards, you can take them out. Doesn't the factory care? I asked. He shrugged. As long as we fill the order, they don't care. I just took a handbag out of the factory today, Aji continued. It sells for $200. Do you want it? Why don't you come look at it? I said hastily that I didn't need a handbag. You should give it to your mother as a present, I said. His mother lives on a farm, Min said. What's she going to do with a handbag? Min's and Aji's dorm rooms were awash in Coach bags, a purse with the capital C motif, a black leather billfold with contrast stitching, a dainty wristlet in burgundy suede that's for holding makeup, Min ventured. In one of the bags I found a printed card, in English, in an inside pocket. An American classic. In 1941 the burnished patina of an all-American baseball glove inspired the founder of Coach to create a new collection of handbags, from the same luxuriously soft, glove-tanned leather. After refining this leather, 6 skilled leather workers crafted 12 signature handbags with perfect proportions and a timeless flair. They were fresh, functional, and women everywhere adored them. A new American classic was born. In Min's universe, the Coach bags fluctuated widely in value. She gave the purse with the sea motif to her friend Lin Jie, who had lent her a place to stay while she was job hunting. When Lin Jie's older sister held her wedding in one of the city's grandest hotels, Min brought a luxury handbag as a present. But on most days these purses that sold for hundreds of dollars in America were worthless, because almost no one in Min's circle had any use for them or knew what they were worth. Min stored her keys and ID card in her favorite one, a Lacoste hobo bag in sage green suede, but it never left the room. Something that nice, she figured, would get stolen in no time at all. Min decided to stay put. Summer had come to the Pearl River Delta, with temperatures in the 90s every day. At night the dorms were stifling. On the factory floor, the chemical smell was so strong that periodically a young woman would pass out on the assembly line and have to be carried out. During the summer, personal ambition often lay dormant, like an animal in hibernation. But there was more to Min's decision than the weather. Over dinner one night in June 2005, she told me she had given notice to her boss, but withdrew it after Aji begged her to stay. "So I've told Aji I'll stay here this year," Min said. "For the new year, I'll go home with him to his family. After the new year, I'll quit and look for a new job. And next new year, he'll come home with me to my house." As we continued talking, what she had just said slowly sank in. She had mapped out the next 2 years, and the rest of her life. At the age of 19, she had agreed to marry Aji. "When will you get married?" I asked. "Probably 3 years from now." "Have you told your parents?" "No. I don't need to tell them until I bring Aji home for the new year, 2 years from now." "What about when you don't go home next year?" "I can just tell my parents our factory is not giving us vacation." "You mean, lie?" "Yes." Concealing things from her parents was now second nature to her. Her older sister was living in Changsha with her boyfriend, but when she phoned home she pretended she was still in Dongguan, and she made Min cover for her. Next to that, Min's evasions didn't seem so bad. Not everyone took Min's engagement seriously. Her friend Lin Jie and her 2 older sisters continued to badmouth Aji. "People from Henan are too poor. He doesn't have any real skills. Find someone else." One weekend in July, Lin Jie decided to introduce Min to a classmate from home. He worked in the remote district of Qingzi but was in town for the day. "I already have a boyfriend," Min objected. But she was curious enough that she didn't say no. The night before, she came over to my apartment for a sleepover. Min got off the bus carrying nothing at all, the way country people showed up empty-handed on someone's doorstep. I found a t-shirt and shorts for her to sleep in and took her out to buy a toothbrush. Her phone rang around 10, while we were watching TV, and she answered without a greeting and chatted for a while. "We'll go see Lin Jie tomorrow," she said. The phone rang again. I had assumed it was Aji both times, but it was actually the potential boyfriend. He hadn't even met Min, and he was already calling her non-stop. "Lin Jie has told him how pretty and smart I am, so he really wants to meet me," Min said. All evening long, Min's phone trilled from the boy's messages to her. Around 11:30, the phone rang as we were getting ready for bed. "We're going to sleep now," Min said. "If you don't stop calling me, I'm going to have to turn off my phone." The date took place in a deafeningly loud dim sum restaurant. Lin Jie was already there with her oldest sister, Lin Shui, Lin Shui's husband and 4-year-old daughter, her second sister, the girl's elderly father, and a cousin recently arrived from the countryside. The boy, Zhang Bin, had a narrow face, round dark eyes, and pale cheeks that were flushed with nervousness. He wore a white dress shirt and blue pinstripe suit pants. He had brought a friend from his factory. This was a blind date with 11 people in attendance. As soon as Min and I sat down, Lin Shui leaned over toward us. He's a college graduate and a line leader in a factory, she whispered. He is very diligent. Lin Shui's husband was sandwiched awkwardly between Min and the boy. The two of them did not say a word to each other the entire meal. From far across the table, Lin Jie giggled and dropped hints. Why are you so quiet today? What are your plans for later? Halfway through lunch, the boy left the table and stood by the restaurant window alone, gazing out. He looked like the romantic hero of a Chinese television soap opera, ready to reveal dramatic intimacies. In the soap opera, Min would have gone and stood beside him. Instead she turned to me and said in a low voice, I don't usually like boys who look like that. After the meal, Lin Shui's husband spotted someone from work and went over to say hello. The boy gathered up his courage and turned toward us. I'm happy to meet you and your friend, he said to Min. We lifted our teacups and drank. Min didn't say a word. She called me at 11 that night. We just got back, she said, sounding out of breath. After lunch, she and Lin Jie had gone to the park with the boy and his friend. They climbed the hill to the television tower and then walked around the city. How was the boy? I asked. Good. What do you think of him? I don't know him, I hedged. He seems like a good person. Better than Aji, she pressed. What do you think? Good, she said. He knows how to behave. Also that night, the boy called her. For the first time, Min told him that she had a boyfriend. Just give me an opportunity, the boy said. Things started to move quickly after that. Min bought a new phone card. Since dating Aji, she had shared his mobile phone. Getting her own number was a declaration of independence. Lin Shui was in my neighborhood a few days later, and we met up for lunch. Min is taken with that boy, she reported as soon as she saw me. Now she wants to quit the factory to escape Aji. Lin Shui was triumphant but a little alarmed at her matchmaking success. I told her not to be so hasty. Is she sure about this? Min called me the next day. She had urgent news, but it wasn't what I expected. I've just spoken with my parents, she said. How are they? I asked. I'm going home. I want to get my diploma. The diploma was a long-standing point of conflict with her parents. Because Min had left school a semester early, she hadn't picked up her diploma before going out. Employers usually wanted to see one, and though Min had talked her way into the jobs she wanted, it was getting harder to explain why she was 2 years out of school and still had no diploma. She had asked her father to go to her school and get it, but he resisted. He hoped to prevent her from switching jobs again. To her parents, it was enough that Min was employed. They didn't understand that some jobs were better than others. Min tried to explain. In this job I have no prospects, she said in a phone call home. You haven't even gone to college, her mother said. How can you talk about prospects? Min was so upset she hung up on her. Over dinner a couple of nights later, Min told me the boy was 24 years old and a chief supervisor in a digital camera factory. He's very good, she said. He has quality and cultivation. He knows the correct way to behave. He takes care of people. In all these ways, he is better than Aji. Min said she would go home later this month after she got paid, pick up her diploma, then return and find a new job near the boy's factory. I asked why she had to leave her factory right away. I don't dare break up with Aji, she said. I don't know how he would react. What do you mean? A few days earlier, Lin Jie had gotten a phone call from someone she didn't know. Don't interfere with what doesn't concern you, a male voice warned her. Don't tell Min that Aji is not worthy of her. Thuggish threats in the service of relationship maintenance. I hadn't imagined Aji was so enterprising. So you don't plan to tell Aji anything? I asked. I'll call him after I leave the factory, she said. I'll tell him that I'm leaving and he shouldn't try to find out where I am. Will he accept that? She shrugged. I don't know. But he won't know how to find me. She planned to leave the factory without taking anything so no one would suspect she was quitting for good. "I'll take a change of clothes and the experience I've gained this year," Min said solemnly. "The other things I can buy again." Things didn't work out that way. In early August, I got an email from Min. She was still at the same factory. "My new friend is fine," she wrote, "but the situation between us is not very good. Maybe he and I are more suited to be friends." Her younger sister Sar had graduated from vocational high school and wanted to work in Dongguan. Min found someone in her factory's shipping department who was from the town near her village. He could get Sar a job as a shipping clerk. There was one problem: Sar was only 17, which meant she was too young to be hired. Min paid 30 yuan to a person whose specialty was changing the birth dates on government-issued identity cards. Sar's newly doctored ID said she had been born in June 1986, while Min was born in February of that year. If anyone looked closely at the sisters' ID cards, they might wonder. But no one ever did. "Now I feel much less pressure than I did before, truly," Min wrote to me. It was late September 2005, and the cooler weather was her signal. A month after Sar arrived, Min jumped again. She found a job as an assistant in the purchasing department of a hardware factory. It was a 2-hour bus trip from where her younger sister was working. Min left without settling things with Aji. She was no longer in touch with the other boy. Her solution to these entanglements was the only tactic she knew: keep moving. This time her job hunting was easier because she finally had her diploma. Her father had gotten it from her school but refused to mail it to her. He was still trying to keep her from changing jobs. Min lied and told him her factory had a new rule: anyone without a diploma would be fired. When her father heard this, he panicked and paid extra to send the diploma by express mail. Min laughed when she told me this story. Min's new factory made metal parts for power supplies, computer monitors, and DVD players. Her workday stretched 11 hours, with every other Sunday off. She made 1,000 yuan a month. If she did well, she would be promoted to purchasing supplies on her own. She started reading a book whose title was Production Planning and Materials Purchasing. In the past year, she had sent home 5,000 yuan, more than $600, but her parents thought that was too little. "Other people's children have much less education," her father said. "How come they send home more money than you? Other people's fathers make enough money so their children don't have to go out to work," Min countered. Nowadays she saw her parents in a more critical light. When Min's father had worked briefly in the Wenzhou shoe factory in the late 1990s, he had fallen sick and returned home. Her mother had gone out for a year without saving any money either. They had failed where Min was succeeding, and for the first time she recognized this. "They have tasted migrant life. They should know how hard it is," Min told me. "And yet they think that for us to work outside and make money is so easy." 5 months after she was hired, Min was promoted to a job purchasing mold parts for her factory. It was her big break. The young woman who had previously held the job had gone home for a visit and her parents found out she had a boyfriend in the city. "They're holding her at home and not letting her come out again," Min said, "so I have an opportunity." In her new job, she made 1,200 yuan a month in salary and between 6,000 and 10,000 yuan a month in kickbacks. In her first 6 months, she saved 30,000 yuan, close to $4,000, and sent home about $1,300. For the first time, she opened a bank account in the city, against the wishes of her parents. They wanted her to send all her money home. "If the company knew I was taking kickbacks, they would fire me right away," Min told me. "But everyone is doing it, right?" I asked her. "Yes. But it's something we never talk about." We were sitting in a McDonald's at a shopping mall near her factory. Min had ordered an iced coffee and fries. She ate out a lot now. I remembered the first time she ever went to McDonald's, 2 years before, when she brought her face down close to her Big Mac and ate her way through the sandwich one layer at a time. In a low voice, looking around to make sure no colleague was in sight, she told me about her job. Suppliers typically paid 10% of a purchase in kickbacks. Min met them away from the factory to collect their payments, in cash. The bank where she opened her account was far from the factory, so she wouldn't run into anyone she knew when making a deposit. People in purchasing were often resented inside a factory because their jobs were so lucrative. When Min ran into her colleagues outside, she would say hello and pick up their restaurant tabs to stay on their good side. Success brought more pressure. In the past, if I didn't like my work, I would just leave, she said. Now I worry what happens if the company doesn't want me anymore. As soon as Min started making more money, her relationship with her parents changed. They stopped complaining about how little she sent home and started dreaming up ways to spend her savings. They wanted to buy a villa in the nearby city of Wuxi, which would cost 120,000 yuan, about $15,000. Her father hatched a scheme to raise crayfish, which required somewhere between 30,000 and 50,000 yuan. He had lost money on last year's cotton crop and had no capital of his own. Min shot down both plans. You can't make money in one instant, she lectured her father. You must proceed step by step. It was amazing to me how quickly Min overturned the power structure within her family. When my grandfather returned home to his village after 7 years in America, he had been beaten by his father for changing his course of study without permission. The man had become a modern, foreign-educated person, but he had not gained the slightest status in his father's eyes. In contrast, Min was able to dictate family affairs from afar. She monitored her father's purchases and rejected his business plans, and the fact that she had sent home $1,300 gave her such authority. There was also a difference in class, which in China is largely correlated to a person's level of education. My grandfather's father had been an educated man, which gave him stature even though he had never gone far from home. Migrant workers like Min came from the lowest rung of society. If they enjoyed success in the city, they immediately rose above all the other members of their family. Soon Min was actively directing the lives of her siblings. She promised her little brother a summer in Dongguan, taking English lessons if he did well in school. Her improving finances changed the fate of her youngest sister, Xiu, who had failed the exam to get into high school. When the 3 older sisters had failed, each had enrolled in vocational school and then gone out to work. But now Min could afford to pay an extra fee that permitted Xiu to enroll in high school in 3 years. She would take the college entrance exam. How are your grades? Min asked her sister when she called home. I don't know, said Xiu, who was very shy. Do you know I'm out here working so you can stay in school? Min asked. You better get good grades and not let me down. I know, her sister replied. I will. Min weighed in on her older sister's situation too. Gaiman's job and relationship had fallen apart, and she had returned to Dongguan to work in a hammer factory. Min thought her sister was too old to be switching jobs so often. You need to stay in one place and develop yourself, Min told her. In the summer of 2006, Min paid a visit home. She gave her family a Chang brown television set, a DVD player, and 5,000 yuan. For her father, she bought a shirt that cost 80 yuan. It was the nicest shirt he had ever owned, and he wore it the whole time Min was home. Min's father had recently celebrated his 50th birthday and had gone to see the fortune teller. After he turned 50, he was told, his luck would improve. Thanks to his second daughter, this fortune was coming true. For the 2007 Lunar New Year, I returned to Min's village. She had gotten 2 weeks leave from work because there was to be a wedding at home. Min's cousin and next-door neighbor was marrying a young woman who lived several villages away. During the year, he worked on a construction crew in faraway Urumqi 44 hours by train, and she sewed clothes in a factory in Wuhan, 3 hours by bus. They had been introduced by a matchmaker the previous year and had gotten engaged right away. In the year that followed, they had Tan Hanoi spoken of love, or courted by phone. The process seemed backward to me. First you got engaged, then you started dating, but even so, it was a concession to modern ways because it allowed a couple to get to know each other before marrying. The night I arrived, Min took me next door to see the cousin. 2 years before, the main bedroom of his family's house had been an empty shell with a bare cement floor. Now the room was laid with tile and crowded with furniture, a wardrobe, a couch, a coffee table. A double bed with a pink mattress had the word happiness in English written across it in fancy script. Above the bed was a studio photo of the cousin in an ivory 3-piece tuxedo and his bride-to-be in a low-cut ball gown. "She is so pretty!" Min exclaimed. "She won't be pretty tomorrow," joked her cousin. "What are you saying?" Min said. "A bride on her wedding day is at her prettiest." Though a son traditionally lived in his parents' house with his wife after his marriage, Min's cousin and his new wife would spend only a few days at home before going back out to work. Across the Chinese countryside were countless rooms like these, furnished and decorated at considerable expense, and destined to stand empty almost all the days of the year. Early the next morning, the young men of the village set out for the bride's house, carrying traditional rattan baskets on shoulder poles to bring back the wedding dowry. Peasants had carried loads on their shoulders in this way for centuries, but these young men had spent their working lives as urban migrants, mostly in factories. Only one older man looked comfortable balancing the bamboo pole across his shoulders. The groom, wearing a blue pinstripe suit and patent leather shoes, was still denigrating his fiancée's looks at every opportunity. "When you see her today," he told me, "you'll be frightened." Min and her older sister were to accompany the bride back to her new village. They had never taken part in a country wedding before. At the bride's house, neighbors crowded the muddy yard to watch the proceedings. The main room overflowed with her dowry, looking like a clearance sale at a home appliance store: a refrigerator, an air conditioner, a hot water dispenser, a washing machine, a high-definition color television, a stereo, and a karaoke machine. In the adjoining room, the bride sat on the bed with her head bowed while her mother, her grandmother, and her aunts wailed and cried a traditional ritual to mourn a daughter's departure. The young men took turns running into the house to steal the dowry while the bride's family and friends tried to fight them off. It took more than an hour to carry everything into the yard, where it was put into baskets or lashed tightly to bamboo poles. The groom was forced to wear a paper dunce cap, with a mustache and eyeglasses painted on his face and a chamber pot hung around his neck. He marched at the head of the procession out of the village. This was how victims of the Cultural Revolution had been paraded through the streets, except that he was smiling. The wedding lunch at the bride's home followed set rules. There were 12 dishes, and firecrackers were set off between many of the courses. The banquet included a whole fish for each table, a chicken surrounded by a dozen hard-boiled eggs, and sweet glutinous rice balls. Their roundness symbolized perfect happiness. The dishes were brought one at a time and cleared before they were finished, to ensure there would always be abundance in this marriage. In the afternoon, the bride set out for the groom's village. Min and her sister served as her escorts, but many of the wedding guests came along to prevent the bride from being taken away. The group would walk only a few steps before it halted in the road and forced Min and Gaiman to sing a song. The procession then inched forward, stopped, and demanded more penalties. Most of the village had come out to join the fun of ganging up on Min and Gaiman. "Sing more loudly. One song is not enough." It was all play acting, yet it felt serious. 2 burly men and several middle-aged women led the attacks. Min and Gaiman became flustered. They sang in quavering children's voices, staring at the ground. Suddenly I felt like an outsider alone, watching from a distance the familiar sight of Chinese people trapped in their groups. Even something as innocent as a communal blind date seemed to point to a flaw in the national character, an inability to break free and take individual action. And now I sensed that the Cultural Revolution was rooted in the dynamics of the Chinese village, with its rituals that enforced the safety of the group. It was dangerous to be alone. In a crowd, you gained confidence and power. When the villagers yelled at Min and Gaiman to sing more loudly, or cursed their performances, the most extreme voice always carried the day. The 2 young women stood at the center of the crowd with their heads bowed, waiting for it to be over. At last we saw the groom's party on the path ahead. Young men came forward one after another to negotiate the bride's release, offering cigarettes or impromptu performances while the villagers continued their bullying and insults. Finally the groom charged into the crowd, picked up his bride, and carried her off into a waiting black sedan that had been rented for the occasion. At the groom's house, everyone sat down for another feast even though they were still full from the last one. I kept waiting for some sort of ceremony or declaration to formalize the marriage, but none ever came. In these rituals, marriage had been portrayed with different meanings, an exchange of property between families, a confrontation of rival villages. But none of the traditions featured an agreement between the bride and the groom. The fact that this was a union of two individuals seemed almost incidental. When the liquor was poured, Gaiman turned to her cousin and his new wife with a traditional toast, "Give birth soon to a treasured son." The rest of my stay passed quickly. Min's family walked up the mountain to kowtow at the graves of their ancestors. She went to admire a 3-story tile house that an uncle had built with his earnings as a migrant bricklayer. The house would stand vacant until he returned the next year with money to furnish it. On another day, she visited an aunt who sold clothing in the city to discuss the possibility of investing in a shop together. One evening, another uncle brought home a possible boyfriend for Min's older sister. Gaiman did not say a word to him all evening, but after he had gone to bed she pronounced his death sentence. The wheels of his brain just don't turn fast enough. The boy was gone before breakfast. On my last morning, Min accompanied me to the bus station. She would not return to Dongguan for another week. She was wearing a belted jacket in watermelon pink, cropped black jeans, and high-heeled boots. Hu Tao, the old boyfriend she had taken out to the city 2 years before, had gotten back in touch. He wanted to get back together, and he was introducing Min to his mother later that day. "If I don't find anyone else, I can always marry him in a few years," Min said. Another young man from home who had opened a store in town was also hoping to meet up. Min did not seem too worried about her marriage prospects. The 4 sisters in the family were expected to marry in order, as in a Jane Austen novel. As long as Gaiman stayed single, no one was pressuring Min. At the station, I bought my ticket and boarded the bus for Wuhan. From my window seat I waved. Min smiled and waved back. It was beginning to rain, so she dashed over to a nearby store for cover. As my bus pulled away, I saw Min intently typing a message into her mobile phone. She was figuring out where she was going next, and as usual she had a plan. 14. The Tomb of the Emperor. In the autumn of 1987, my father's cousin Jiao sat down to write a letter to the political consultative committees of 2 northeastern provinces, entitled regarding the issue of Zhang Shenfu's tablet urgently needing an inscription. Jiao was hoping to engrave an epitaph on the graveside stele of his uncle, who had been dead for 41 years. "Zhang Shenfu is my uncle. I sincerely hope to solve the problem of his tomb inscription as soon as possible, which will be useful in developing our overseas United Front work." A draft of the handwritten letter, which was 12 pages long, had been given to me by Jiao's children. They had been unable to tell me the story of our family, but on these rough sheets of paper Jiao had laid out everything: his private history of my grandfather's years in America, his wartime contributions to China's mining industry, his assassination and burial. Before the tomb was a small piece of black marble inscribed with the words "Tomb of Mr. Zhang Shenfu," with every character about 10 cm by 10 cm. In front of the tomb to the right was a stele. On it was inscribed nothing. In the fall of 1948, Shenyang was liberated. In Bailing near the dismounting stele was left the tomb of Zhang Shenfu and a stele with no words. Li Xiangheng moved with her children to Taiwan. Her nephew Zhang Jiao stayed on the mainland and did not go with them. After January 1949, he had no more contact with them. In 1979, Jiao returned to the grave for the first time in 30 years. The tomb was gone, and my grandfather's remains had been scattered. But the stele with no name had survived as my grandmother had foreseen. Its blankness had protected it from harm. In his letter, Jiao asked the authorities for permission to repair the tomb and erect a new stele with an inscription. Because the grave was in a prominent site in a public park, this was not something he could accomplish on his own. Zhang Shenfu's second son and oldest son both have deep love for our great motherland and have returned to the motherland many times and devoted their energies to its construction. It is said that recently the party's Central Committee has proposed vigorously promoting its United Front work overseas, to make friends and win popular support. The United Front referred to the Communist Party's policies to win the loyalties of Chinese outside the party, including those living in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and overseas. As a veteran of political movements, Jiao knew that a personal plea on his uncle's behalf would not get very far. It was necessary to appeal to patriotism, and it was critical to portray this as an issue of nation, not family. My grandfather's whole life had been forced into such a framework, and now even in death it was the same. The bureaucracy did not respond immediately. Jiao wrote a second letter 2 months later, again asking for the support of the authorities and making clear that he would cover all the costs of the inscription. In November of the following year, after approval had been granted, a new stele was finally erected on the site of my grandfather's grave. Jiao wrote a final letter, entitled "The long-cherished dream of me and my relatives inside and outside China has been realized. Because this stele with no words has become a stele with words, our descendants will have a place to make offerings to their loved ones. In this, they feel most fortunate." Jiao died in February 2006, less than a year after I visited his family in Harbin. He had lived long enough to see his 3 children settled in jobs at the same university where he had taught, and a granddaughter enrolled there as well. In 1985, he had been given a provincial-level teaching award, the only person at his university to receive this honor. For the family, it tempered some of the pain he had suffered. For my father to have lived through that time, I think, means that he had a generous heart, his daughter Yin Qiao told me. People appreciated his decency. 400 people attended his funeral. We did not expect so many. Until the end of his life, she said, Jiao had believed in the Communist Party. He had never talked about how political attacks had driven his father to suicide. He did not dwell on what he had endured. My father told me that on several occasions he had asked Jiao about his experiences during the Cultural Revolution, but Jiao would never say. "I believe that Zhang Jiao was really brainwashed," my father said. Whenever he talked about this, he would only say how good things were, how good the Communist Party was. I think until the end of his life he was afraid. A lot of these people who suffered so much thought that the present was just another political movement. They were never sure that things would not go back to the way they were. Jiao's daughter had a different interpretation. "My father never told your father about these things," she said to me. "I think he felt that your father had lived abroad, and that this was a nation's own family scandal." In her way of thinking, it was not fear but shame that had kept her father silent. On the last day of the year in 2005, I visited my grandfather's grave in a Shenyang park. In the frigid morning, the air tingled with the smell of burning coal and the sun hovered cool and pale as a lemon. The park was alive with people, mostly retirees. Old men jogged in a half-hearted shuffle, while old women practiced Tai Chi. At a footbridge, I stopped to look at the lake below, where snowdrifts had been cleared to make a wide oval track. People skated in the crouched pose of champion racers. A woman past middle age had bundled up in many layers. She wore a surgical mask over her face, a common accessory in Shenyang's brutal winters. As I watched, she attempted to glide forward while, balancing on one leg with the other stretched out behind her. She almost pitched forward, recovered, and looked around to see if anyone had noticed. I kept walking until I came to the dismounting stele, a pair of pillars carved with Manchu script that marked the start of the spirit walk to the Qing Emperor's tomb. Off to the left, I saw the grave in a small clearing surrounded by pine trees. The tablet marking my grandfather's tomb was about 20 feet high, of grey cement with characters carved in red. Memorial to Mr. Zhang Shenfu. an engineer of China's mining industry. From Jilin Province, Zhutai County, Liahutai Village. 1898 to 1946. I read the inscription slowly, word by word, and felt comforted by it. The epitaph was only 4 lines long and contained the starkest of facts, but all of it was true. Nothing had been falsified, politics had not intruded on the writing of this text. If you had to describe a life in 35 Chinese characters, this seemed a fair measure of a man: his birth and death, his work, his native place, and his name. I stood looking at the tablet, unsure what I should do to mark the occasion. I didn't kowtow or burn offerings, I simply stood before my grandfather's grave. No one disturbed me. A few men kicked a shuttlecock near the dismounting stele, but they paid me no mind. Finally I had to walk away, because it was too cold. As I was leaving, a man rode by on a bicycle. A tape player strapped to the back of his bike was playing the migrant anthem of that year, a song from a place far away, where every street had a factory and the history museum did not include a single mention of Mao. I love you. Loving you. As a mouse loves rice. No matter how much wind and rain. I will always stay with you. When I thought about my grandfather's life, it was mostly with sadness at the lost opportunity. As a young man, he had left home for Beijing, for America, to pursue his studies and to serve his country. He had lived in foreign environments, and he had struggled to find his purpose, but always he had worked hard. It was his sense of duty that drove him to visit the Fushan mine against all warnings. On that last winter night, when armed men boarded his train and stabbed him with bayonets, all that learning and effort was rendered useless. It had been the crudest type of force; against such weapons, a man's idealism meant nothing. In the years after my grandfather's death, the promise of his China died too. But it didn't feel like an accident that things turned out as they did. When I read my grandfather's diary, or watched the adults gang up on Min and her sister during a village wedding, I felt as if I were witnessing over and over where China went wrong. The concerns of family and nation were overwhelming, and they trapped a great many people, millions upon millions, in lives they never would have chosen. If it weren't for the sake of the nation, my grandfather would not have become a mining engineer, and he would not have gone to the Fushan mine. But he was born into the burden of being Chinese, and so he did these things. It was the same reason that Jiao and Zhao Hongji stayed behind that autumn of 1948, and it was also why my father suppressed so much emotion. It had led my Aunt Nellie to express her feelings through poetry, and it had driven Jiao's children to diminish the past. Only Zhang Hong had chosen to remember, and for him this memory had become a kind of torture. And perhaps I, too, am more Chinese than I knew. Because now I understand all of them, understand why a person would choose not to tell her story, or be unable to tell it, or not admit to any feeling, because the emotion would overwhelm you otherwise. I understand the poem my Aunt Nellie wrote for her father, in which she tries to contain her emotion, to shape her personal sorrow into something proper and purposeful. In the final verses, she fails, but I hate it. Father, and the emotion floods through, a secret wound suddenly opened to the world. Learning my family story also changed the way I saw the factory towns of the South. There was a lot to dislike about the migrant world of Min and Chunming, the materialism, the corruption, the coarseness of daily existence. But now there was an opportunity to leave your village and change your fate, to imagine a different life and make it real. The journey my grandfather attempted was one that millions of young people now made every day they left home. They entered an unfamiliar land, they worked hard. But nowadays their purpose was not to change China's fate. They were concerned with their own destinies, and they made their own decisions. If it was an ugly world, at least it was their own. Perhaps China during the 20th century had to go so terribly wrong so that people could start over, this time pursuing their individual courses and casting aside the weight of family, history, and the nation. For a long time I thought of Dongguan as a city with no past, but now I realize it isn't so. The past has been there all along, reminding us, this time maybe, hopefully, against all odds we will get it right. The last relative I spoke with about family history was my Aunt Irene, my father's younger sister. She had been 7 when her father died, and she had only one memory of him. He returned home from a trip with a newly grown mustache, and he kissed her on the stomach and made her laugh. After he died, my grandfather remained a presence in the lives of his children. When Irene was too tired to study, her mother would say, "Your father died for your country. You must work hard so you can be just like him." Beijing had 12 electric tram lines, all named for martyrs of the nation. My uncle Luke remembers riding the Zhongshenfu tram when he was a child. A mine in the Fushun complex was called the Shenfu Mine, a street in Shenyang became Shenfu Road, and the isolated station where he had been pulled off the train and killed was renamed Zhongshenfu. In death, my grandfather was inscribed into the landscape of China. And then the names all changed after the communists took power. Once when Irene was in middle school in Taiwan, her class went on a field trip. They saw an exhibit about a person who had been killed, with descriptions of his murder and photographs of his wounded corpse. I thought, "The poor man," Irene recalled, and then I saw the name of my dad. She fainted. The pictures were part of the government's anti-communist propaganda, but Irene had never seen them before. She hadn't even recognized her father's face, only his name. Of the siblings who had left China, Irene was the only one who knew her mother as an adult. After her older sister and brothers left for America, she spent time alone with her mother and heard many of her stories. Later, after Irene had gone to America too, she returned to Taiwan and spent time with my grandmother the summer of her death. Many people shared their memories with me, but Irene's were different. In her telling, her mother was an independent-minded woman who chafed against tradition and longed to travel abroad. Her father was a youthful rebel whose patriotic idealism opened up a gulf with his family. The burden of my grandfather's generation had been to see everything in political terms, but Irene's stories restored the personal to their lives. Holding regret until the end of time. Several people had told me that these words, inscribed on my great-grandfather's funeral garments, expressed his regret for the Japanese occupation of Manchuria. But Irene had another interpretation. When my grandfather returned home after 7 years in America, his father wanted him to stay in Liahutai to run the estate. He was angered when the young man decided to leave home anyway. The Japanese invasion cut off communication between father and son without allowing them to reconcile. It was regret for the way he treated his children, my aunt said. Her story of my grandfather's death was also different. As he lay dying of his wounds, according to several accounts I had read, my grandfather was thinking of his duty to the nation. "I am from the central government," he had said. "To die for my duty, I have no complaints." But Irene told me he had tried to write something on a piece of paper, using his own blood. One of the people in his group was able to leave unharmed, and he gave the paper to my grandmother. It contained only a few characters. My mother couldn't make out much of it, Irene said, but she could read her name. In everything I had read and heard about my grandfather, I could find no trace of the individual. His entire being seemed to be focused on saving the Chinese nation. This was the image of the man that was presented in his letters and in his diaries. I wanted to like him, but the more I learned about him the more foreign he seemed. He was like a man disappearing inside his own story, and that seemed terrible to me. But maybe there had been something more, something I could not see, apart from the faintest glimmer in the stories my Aunt Irene told me. I had not intended to speak with Irene, because she would have been too young to remember much about her father's life and death. I talked with my father, my Aunt Nellie, my Uncle Luke, Jiao's family, and many other relatives. All of them had a way of obscuring their tales even as they told them. We don't know much about family history. We never had a chance to talk about it. In fact, my experience of China was very shallow. My grandfather's father. Nobody knew his name. Months after I spoke with all of them, my Aunt Irene called me one day. She had heard I was writing a book, and she wanted to talk about my grandmother. "Let me tell you," she said, "my older brothers and sister don't know grandmother the way I knew her. It had not occurred to me to ask about my grandmother. She had never gone far from home, she had left no written record. How much of her life was there to know? But many of the most vivid details of my family history, my grandmother's clashes with her father-in-law, the beating of my grandfather with the jiafa, came from my Aunt Irene. After our first phone conversation, my aunt sent me an email. In its emotion, it was unlike anything anyone in the family had expressed. My mother came from a very traditional Chinese family, with strict family rules. She has had high education, very unusual for a woman at that time. Later she was very successful in her career. She educated her children very progressively, almost single-handed under very difficult conditions with a meager resource. I love her very much and respect her immensely. I got to know her well only after my elder brothers and sister left home. After our short conversation I began to think about the challenges Chinese women had to face. Probably that is why Chinese women are very strong. In our family, Grandma, myself, and you, these 3 generations covered a period of 100 years of most significant changes around the world, especially in China. We sacrificed, suffered, and we stood up. I am looking forward to hearing from you and talking to you. Love. Aunt Irene. My aunt had told me she was semi-retired from her job as chief executive officer of an American biotechnology company. But we still had to schedule our phone call a week in advance. Her husband, who was fully retired, organized the logistics for her. In China today, women like my aunt are known as Nu Jian, superwomen. At the appointed time, I picked up the phone and called my Aunt Irene, and this is how she began her story. I will tell you what I know. 15. Perfect health. Sometimes Chunming spoke English in her dreams. She would find herself in a place with foreigners, like the Dongguan Library, and she would address them in English and they would respond. I asked Chunming how it felt to dream in a language you couldn't speak. I can't describe it, she said. All I know is that in the dream I am speaking English. In the few lessons she had taken at Assembly Line English, Chunming hadn't yet mastered the alphabet. For pronunciation, she relied on the International Phonetic Alphabet, a system of notation commonly used to learn a foreign language. The queer-looking symbols became her key to English, a row of locked gates behind which language waited to be released like a flood. I think the secret to learning English is the phonetic symbols, Chunming told me. So many people talked about studying English, but no one I had met invested it with more meaning than Chunming. If I learn English, I can see more of the world. I can enjoy life more. I want to find new kinds of happiness. If I don't learn English, I will always feel the limits of my life. In September 2005, 9 months after she had gone to the Dongguan Science Museum, Chunming paid another visit to Mr. Wu. A dozen young women were enrolled at the school, which was still being run out of his apartment. They studied and boarded free of charge and took turns cooking meals. In exchange, they compiled the curriculum for Mr. Wu's textbook project. The students lived in cramped bedrooms behind the classroom. Each room had 4 bunk beds, with laundry draped over the bed frames and buckets of water on the floor. The rooms felt like workers' dorms inside a factory. Mr. Wu wasn't there when we arrived. His former student, the English teacher Lu Yuxia, showed us around. The power had been cut for the day, and Chunming walked through the sweltering rooms with her lips pursed in judgment. "We stay here most of the time," said a student named Xiao Yongli. "Teacher Wu doesn't let us go out." "He doesn't let you go out?" Chunming looked worried. "He doesn't think it's good for study. Once you go outside, you'll begin to have doubts," explained Lu Yuxia. "That's why the girls all cut their hair so short. Everyone has to cut their hair." "Yes, so they won't be distracted by worrying about being pretty." I chatted with Xiao Yongli in English. She spoke quickly and with confidence. She was 20 years old, from Sichuan province. She had worked in a Samsung factory and come to Assembly Line English a year ago. Now she studied 10 hours a day. "Do you study on weekends too?" I asked. Xiao Yongli had to ask me in Chinese what weekend meant. Yes, she said, she studied then too. I asked her why she had come to Dongguan, and she was silent for some moments. Switching to Chinese, I asked if she understood. It's a long story, she said earnestly. I'm trying to figure out how to say it. Finally, in English, I came to Dongguan to work. She wanted to be a simultaneous interpreter, an odd career choice for Dongguan, where United Nations caliber translators were not exactly in high demand. Our teacher says that's the highest level of learning the language, she said. I want to reach the highest level. Clearly Xiao Yongli hadn't thought much about what she would do with English, that would come later. Right now she was pure determination. We met Mr. Wu later at a coffee shop near his apartment. I half listened as he spoke to Chunming about the cerebrum, the right hand, the left hand, the eyeballs. I noticed that after every sentence he smiled automatically. Maybe he had read in a book that this would make people like him more. Our students can do 600 sentences an hour. Smile. 600 sentences. Not all of them, only the best ones, Mr. Wu corrected himself quickly. You mean, they can read 600 sentences an hour? Chunming asked. Read? No. They can read 108 sentences a minute. I'm talking about writing. Chunming turned to me. Can you write 600 sentences an hour? I'm sure she cannot, Mr. Wu said smugly. Smile. I considered pointing out that this might not be the skill that mattered most, but I decided against it. My cerebrum was starting to hurt. So what you're saying is that most people's potential is not being developed, Chunming said. I agree with that. She seemed taken by Mr. Wu's sales pitch, and then she asked about his best pupil. What about Lu Yuxia? Do you think she's done well? She's okay, Mr. Wu said. After all, she studied at my school for a year. But in terms of writing sentences, she cannot compete with my students. That Xiao Yongli can write 600 sentences an hour. Chunming asked about the school rules. Mr. Wu locked his students in at night and woke them at 6 every morning for calisthenics. They were allowed out once a week, on Sunday evenings, to buy personal necessities. Each girl could make one phone call home a month. Visitors were forbidden. Of course, Mr. Wu said, an older student like Chunming could rent an apartment nearby and just take lessons during the day. But without absolute devotion, he was skeptical of her chances. Learning is painstaking work, he said severely, and that time he forgot to smile. Chunming liked the idea of dedication and transformation, but she was put off by the school's living conditions and the remoteness of the neighborhood. Meanwhile, she had just invested in a new company. To quit and study English instead of venture whose payoff was at least a year away would shock all her friends. On the bus ride home, she mulled it over. When my friends hear I've started a company and immediately left to study English, they'll think I'm very odd. But I bet they'll feel envious, I said, thinking of all the times strangers had gushed over my English. I don't know, Chunming said. But after I learn English and get a new job, that's when they'll see what my achievement is. Outside the bus window, the lights in the factories were coming on. I could cut off contact with all my friends for 2 years, Chunming said, and when I finished I could see them again. She was preparing, perhaps, to renounce the world. But she was outside again, and that was always where the doubts begin. 2 months passed before I saw Chunming again. She went home to see her family. She had 2 teeth pulled in preparation for getting braces, which she had finally chosen over porcelain fakes. One night back in Dongguan, she was riding in a friend's car when a Toyota sped toward the intersection where they were stopped, smashed their car on the left side, and roared away. The man in the passenger seat was hospitalized with stitches to his head. Chunming, who had been sitting in back near where the car hit, twisted her shoulder. I saw her 2 days after the accident. She was still in pain and couldn't lift her arm. When I think about it, I feel really scared, she said. You must really cherish what you have. We were sitting on the couch in the room above the machine parts store. I've encountered a new opportunity, Chunming said. Whenever I think about it, I feel like my dream has returned to me. I waited. In a low voice, she said two words, direct sales. Wanmei, the company she had worked for in 1996, had not died after the government's ban on Chuanxiao, network sales. It had retooled its business and expanded into a wide range of health products, high-fiber meal, amino acid tablets, pollen supplements. The company was thriving. All three of its Malaysian Chinese founders drove Mercedeses. Chunming started eating Wanmei nutritional powder mixed with water every day for breakfast and selling the products to her friends. Overnight she had become an authority on health. Only 5% of the population was healthy and 70% sub-healthy, she informed me. The symptoms of sub-health, according to one of her new health books, were easily tired, has many dreams, excitable, catches colds, lacks concentration. Much of her conversation revolved around bodily functions, with anecdotes involving personal acquaintances and historical figures such as the wife of Chiang Kai-shek. I have a friend who did not empty her bowels for 4 days. Suang Meiling would often wash clean her intestines to remove poisons. Chunming had started attending motivational lectures for Wanmei salespeople. She grabbed my pen and wrote. To read 10,000 books is not as good as to walk 10,000 miles. To walk 10,000 miles is not as good as to meet 10,000 people. To meet 10,000 people is not as good as to have a successful person show you the way. To have a successful person show you the way is not as good as walking with that person toward success together. She put the pen down. That's what the lectures are about. I asked Chunming how she had re-entered the field. A few months earlier, an old friend from Chuanxiao days had contacted her. He had rejoined Wanmei and wanted her in his network. Salespeople earned a commission on the sales of all their recruits, and he remembered Chunming's talent for selling. He told her that the direct sales industry was legal now and gave her a Wanmei promotional DVD. She was focused on her new company and told him she wasn't interested. One day, Chunming heard on the news that the government had passed a law legalizing direct sales. Her friend, it turned out, had been telling the truth. She found the DVD he had given her and watched it. In the 1980s, the people who manufactured tape recorders made a lot of money, the narrator of the video said. In the 1990s, the internet made millionaires. The 21st century is the era of high growth for direct sales. If you rule out direct sales, you rule out the opportunity for success. The video did not deny that people were suspicious of the industry. In fact, such doubts were central to its arguments. The more people refused Wanmei, the greater the opportunity for those who embraced it first. This was an evangelical appeal, with one difference: if you came late in life to Jesus, you could still be saved. But if you delayed joining direct sales, you would lose out financially to everyone who built their networks before you. Today you know about this opportunity in your heart, the man in the video said. You can no longer pretend that you don't know. Chunming sold her share in the mold parts company to Fu Gui, her business partner. She moved out of the store and rented a spacious apartment in downtown Dongguan. In the entry, she hung a floor-to-ceiling poster that showed the Wanmei factory complex beneath the slogan "Perfect Cause, Perfect Life." She bought a set of tall glass cabinets and stocked them with shower gel and nutritional meal and powdered drink mix. Posters throughout the apartment advertised aloe vera, bee pollen, royal jelly, health tea, sea buckthorn, and garlic soft capsule that one is good for overweight people and also fights cancer, Chunming told me. From a machine parts mall, she had moved to live inside what looked like a product showroom. She was now taking 4 of the company's products a day, a high-fiber meal to clean the digestive tract, a health tea, a powder of aloe, minerals and pollen that was good for the skin, and a nutritional powder for breakfast. She didn't look any more or less healthy than before, but she had finally gotten braces, and permed her hair and dyed it orange, the color of pumpkin pie. Her new Bible was "Direct Sell Your Way to Wealth," major arguments, and she memorized the food combinations that could hurt nutritional absorption. Under no circumstances, she warned me, should I eat dog meat with garlic. I must never drink sorghum liquor and coffee at the same time. A list of 100 health warnings contained enough symptoms to drive anyone to hypochondria: skin dry or oily. See, I think you have this, Chunming said. Bad breath, bad temper, poor sleep, difficulty concentrating, eyes tear easily. After I had endured 2 sessions of Chunming's proselytizing, I decided that Wan Miai's founders, Mercedes-driving Malaysians, or whoever they might be, must be geniuses. Health was a national obsession in China. Most people did not have medical insurance and lived in fear of being bankrupted by illness. And the Chinese loved to discuss ailments and folk cures. Questions about fertility or the state of one's bowels were considered perfectly normal, even among people who had just met. A 1,000-year-old heritage of traditional medicine was based on adjusting the balance between various foods and herbs, and everyone considered himself an expert. Yet overnight the Chinese had moved into an unfamiliar world of abundance, where junk food was like a virus against which they had not yet developed immunity. Anyone could see what would help them quit smoking, exercise, eat less fat, but Wan Miai's prescription was more appealing: a miracle cure in scientific packaging. And it could make you rich. In 3 years, I'll achieve my goal of financial independence and freedom, Chunming said. By 2008, at the minimum, I'll have an income of 100,000 to 200,000 yuan a month. By then I'll have my own car, and freedom in how I spend my time. I'll be able to go wherever I want, whenever I want. Finally I ventured to ask her, why did you choose direct sales instead of English? She nodded. This was a new habit: whenever I asked a question she would nod, because now she had all the answers. If you don't do this today, you can't do it tomorrow, she said. If I join today, I get my friends to be in my network. If I wait until tomorrow, I'll be part of their network instead. In 1 or 2 years after I make money, won't I learn English even better? A new idea had entered her world and she reordered her life around it. English lessons, or sea buckthorn and garlic soft capsule each was just a way to become someone else. And now she had, with seemingly no memory of what had come before. Soon after joining Wan Miai, Chunming attended a company sales convention. Buses from around the country converged on Zhongshan, an hour's drive south of Dongguan, where the company had its headquarters, including a production plant and its own 5-star hotel. Only the biggest earners were invited. Emphasis on hierarchy was one of the company's organizing principles, but many managers had chartered buses to bring their recruits anyway, so they could experience Wan Miai in person. There are still millions of Chinese who see an overnight bus trip to a factory as a vacation. None went away unimpressed. Only a highly successful health products company would have its own luxury hotel. This is where all the managers stay when they come for training, Chunming said. Soon I will be a junior manager. She was wearing a stylish twill blazer with her hair in tight pigtails, Pippi Longstocking style. Her eyes were wide with excitement like a girl on the first day of the county fair. The parking lot of the Golden Diamond Hotel swarmed with people: old men with rheumy eyes, migrants in baggy suits, housewives, peasant women with sloping shoulders and leathery skin from long hours in the fields. They were among society's least privileged members, brought together by their devotion to Wan Miai. The gathering, it occurred to me, was a kind of anti-talent market. Chunming walked through the crowd pointing out celebrities. Oh! I've only seen that woman in photographs. She makes a quick calculation: 500,000 yuan a month. She went up to another middle-aged woman. I heard your talk, the products changed my life, Chunming said. I was very moved. The woman smiled modestly. Chunming turned to me. This woman used to be a dishwasher. We went into the hotel to admire its marble lobby. The wait for the ladies' room was long, and Chunming took the opportunity to meet people to Duanlian, or train herself. Where are you from? She asked a woman in a pink suit with a flared ruffle at the hips. Hunan, the woman answered. Where in Hunan? Changsha. I've heard that business in Changsha has really taken off. Chunming said. And your skin is so good. The woman went into a stall, and Chunming turned immediately to the woman behind her. Where are you from? By mid-morning, the energy level at Wanmei headquarters was at its peak. Cheering groups posed for photos before the building entrance, crowds flooded the lobby where Wanmei commercials played continuously on TV screens. At 10:30 the top-earning managers walked down a red carpet that had been laid in the middle of the parking lot. It was lined on both sides with recruits, many carrying banners with the names of top salespeople. A great roar went up as the managers marched into the building to begin 3 days of training on how to sell even more Wanmei products. I walked into a store and said to the boss, "I'm from Wanmei." He said, "Out." I repeated my words. He said, "Fuck." I walked out. I thought, the next person will not be so low class. So I went into the next store, and I talked to the boss. He became a customer, and he has bought 60,000 yuan of products from me. Later that day, Chunming attended a sharing session for Wanmei salespeople. More than 100 people had gathered to hear inspirational speeches in a drafty auditorium whose stage was hung with leftover New Year decorations. A woman in a cream-colored pantsuit took the stage. She had joined Wanmei in 1996, quit after the government ban, and returned, just like Chunming. I want to ask the women in the audience, are you satisfied with the way your life is now? Do you want to change your life? Yes. Are you satisfied just to marry a good husband? No. I don't believe you. I know some women in the audience think it's enough to marry a good husband. But if you don't have knowledge and cultivation, can you hold on to your husband? No. That's right. We live in a very pragmatic society. The speakers all spoke without notes. They used hand gestures and made eye contact and smiled. They knew how to repeat sentence patterns, to establish a rhythm, and to excite a crowd. Their hands didn't tremble. A retired music teacher went up and disappeared behind the lectern but for a cloud of permed grey hair. She was 60 years old and she spoke in a gentle, even teacher's voice. In the past I looked much older than I was. I caught a lot of colds. I was always tired. From head to foot, I had many health problems, congestion, intestinal problems, lung problems, skin conditions, sleeplessness, heart disease, tired eyes. I couldn't walk half an hour without getting tired. In November 2003, a colleague introduced me to Wanmei. My first week taking Wanmei, one side of my nose cleared. The second week, the other side cleared. In 2 weeks, Wanmei got rid of all my colds. After a few months, I could walk for a whole day. I could sleep through the night. I am grateful to Manager Chen. My medical problems are very serious. He taught me how to use the various products and in what amounts. In China, people from such humble backgrounds rarely spoke in public. But here they were, each person unapologetic and full of faith that her personal story was interesting. They were better speakers than most Chinese professors and officials I had seen, better, by far, than their country's top leaders, who appeared once a year for a live press conference looking like wax figures wheeled in from a museum. A woman wearing a down jacket with the ruddy skin of a farmer took the stage. She spoke in a raspy voice, with such a thick Cantonese accent that she was almost impossible to understand. In the past, my health was very bad. I went to the hospital every week with colds, dizziness, headaches. A friend introduced me to Wanmei, and I started to go to lectures. Through Wanmei's training, I have changed myself. In the past, I couldn't speak Mandarin. I would never dare to stand up here and share my experience. I felt too inferior. We are all ordinary people. But through Wanmei, we have become healthy, we have done training, we have made friends. These are things that money can't buy. In the months after the sales convention, Chunming waited for the government to issue Wanmei's business license. Without it, she couldn't recruit the network of salespeople who would help her earn a lot of money. But she started to hear troubling rumors. Wan Miai's top managers earned money not by selling products, but by charging exorbitant fees for training sessions. It looked like Wan Miai's perfect cause, perfect life might not be much better than a pyramid scheme. Once again, direct sales had trapped Chun Ming. She had borrowed money from friends to rent and furnish her downtown apartment, so she took a job as a salesperson at a family-owned factory that made glue used in shoes and handbags. She moved into a single room in a tile building next door to the glue factory. With this latest life change came yet another hairstyle. Chun Ming grew out her perm and had her hair cut in a sharp asymmetrical line in back. But she had no time to be disappointed. A new man entered her life, an American in his mid-50s named Huawei Dimengda. You are about to come face to face with what you have been looking for all these long years. Harvey Diamond was an American health guru who believed that most drugs were toxic and that the human body had the ability to heal itself. He advocated regular mono-dieting, eating only fruits, vegetables, juices, or raw foods for a number of days and cutting back on animal products, as a way to cleanse the body and combat disease. His Fit for Life series of books, according to promotional materials, had sold more than 12 million copies and had been translated into 33 languages. In the summer of 2006, Chun Ming came across his ideas in a Dongguan bookstore. She was immediately entranced by the story of Huawei Dimengda, who had been plagued by ill health until he discovered the medical precepts that changed his life. Chun Ming read Huawei's latest book straight through twice. She began consuming fruits or fruit and vegetable juices every day for breakfast. For lunch and dinner, she ate only vegetables and rice. She drank 3 quarts of water a day and carried a water bottle everywhere she went, in accordance with Huawei's prescriptions. His underlying philosophy appealed to her. Take charge of your health, he wrote. Remake your life. Your actions carry consequences. These were the tenets of the American self-help movement, which reflected a fervent belief in second chances. They were well suited to young migrants from the countryside who were just getting their first chance. Aside from the fruit and vegetable fasts, much of what Huawei had to say was standard knowledge for any American schoolchild: eat fruits and vegetables, cut back on meat, exercise. But for Chun Ming, basic nutrition was a revelation around which she could shape her whole life, just as Huawei had done. Chun Ming's new living quarters were humble. A bed draped in mosquito netting took up most of the room, with a desk and a bookcase squeezed to one side. The apartment had a small bathroom but no kitchen. A low table by the door was stacked with celery, carrots, oranges, apples, and tomatoes. When I visited her now, the first thing Chun Ming did was grab a handful of fruit and cut it up in the bathroom sink for me. Suddenly a fruit and vegetable diet was the natural order of the universe, and she had become an expert in evolutionary biology. Sharp teeth are intended to eat meat, but we have only 2 sharp teeth. That means that we're supposed to eat mostly vegetables and very little meat. Anyone I meet, I tell them, drink more water. Now I can look at someone and just from the quality of their skin I can tell if they have health problems. Chinese people are overly addicted to medicines. When a child has a fever, they give it a shot. But the fever is the body's way of fighting illness. Fever is good for a person. I found myself agreeing with a lot of what she said. Chinese people did rely too much on medicine, and they had a morbid fear of drinking water. The whole country seemed to me permanently dehydrated. It was common to be told that a woman shouldn't drink cold water because it would damage her womb, while drinking water at night caused stomach trouble. But as usual, Chun Ming had gone to extremes. After I read that book, I didn't eat rice for 1 week, she told me. I just ground up fruits and vegetables into juice and drank them. On that particular day, she had consumed 2 glasses of tomato juice and an apple. Huawei counseled his readers to build up gradually to raw food diets. Your effort to improve your health and prevent becoming sick needn't be a stress-filled journey. It can be a joyous one. This is not a race. Maybe he had not met anyone like Chun Ming. She was already seeing the benefits, her nose wasn't oily anymore, she no longer suffered from constipation and eyelash loss. Her moles were getting smaller, a scar on her leg was fading, and her teeth were getting whiter. She had stopped using toothpaste. Chunming's quest for perfect health proved to be a boon in her new job. At the end of the workday, she would stand outside the gate of a shoe or handbag factory and ask the workers the last name of their factory's boss and the head of the production department. Then she called up those executives and pretended to have done business with them or to have a friend in common. In the disorganization of the Dongguan workplace, no one questioned her and almost everyone agreed to a meeting. After she made her sales visit, Chunming would send a letter of thanks along with a few health books as a gift. In the letter, she wrote, "I know you are very busy. I recommend this set of health books to you and hope you can look them over in your spare time. I think you will benefit a great deal from them. I recommend these books from the bottom of my heart. I believe these are the best books I have ever read about health. Whether we do business or not doesn't matter. We can be friends just the same. Every company must make its own choice. Of course, if you wish to give me an opportunity, I will value it and do my best to provide your company with the most satisfactory service." She had met close to 100 potential clients this way and had already landed 4 regular ones. I tried to picture Huawei's typical American reader. Perhaps it was an overweight man fed up with years of yo-yo dieting, or a middle-aged woman who worried about the breast cancer that ran in her family, or a retiree who woke up every morning to a cocktail of medications. All of these people, you could say, were victims of modern living, of technology and medical advances and processed food. They longed for a way of life that was healthy and simple and pure. Chunming had grown up in a rural village, where people ate vegetables and rice and almost no one went to the hospital or ate food that had been bought in a store. And now she wanted the same things the Americans wanted. For better or worse, that measure of how far she had traveled. Almost everyone I knew in Dongguan was a striver. To some extent, this was self-selecting. A person with ambition was more likely to be open to new things, and that included talking to me. I can't say that Min and Chunming were typical of China's vast population of migrant workers. They were only the young women I ended up writing and caring about, the ones I came to know best. But their lives and struggles were emblematic of their country today and of the China of my family, too, who strived to make up for everything they had lost or left behind. In the end, across time and class, this is the story of China, leaving home, enduring hardship, and making a new life. They did so against daunting odds, but perhaps these challenges were no more intimidating than those that faced newcomers to America a century ago. Successful or not, migration changes fates. Studies of recent migrants suggest that most of them are not destined to return to the farm. The ones who do well will likely buy apartments and settle in their adopted cities, the others may eventually move to towns and cities near their home villages and set up stores, restaurants, and small businesses like hairdressing salons or tailoring shops. Such enterprises, in turn, tend to employ returned migrants, who are seen as more capable than those who have never gone out. As I got to know the factory girls, I couldn't help worrying about them. They took such risks, and they were surrounded by corrupt or dishonest people. They contained tragic flaws. The same fearlessness that had helped them rise in the world could be their downfall. Min made major life decisions with a snap of her fingers. Chunming embraced every fad that passed her way. Lu Yuxia moved too fast to improve her English the way she wanted. In some ways, I probably knew them better than their own friends did. Being an outsider helped. I was so removed from their universe that they felt comfortable confiding in me. They were hungry to know about my world too, asking me how Americans ate and dated and married, and made money, and raised children. Perhaps my presence was encouraging to them, a promise that someone knew and cared what they were going through. But in all the time I knew them, the migrant girls never asked me for help, and rarely even for advice. Life was something they faced alone, as they had been telling me from the first day we met. I can only rely on myself. The first time I met Wu Chunming, she was working for a foreign company, making $1,000 a month, and living in a 3-bedroom apartment in downtown Dongguan. The last time I saw her, 2.5 years later, she was working for a Chinese company, making $150 a month, and living in a single room in a part of the city known for small shoe factories with poor working conditions. By every calculus that mattered, she had fallen a long way. But she was more serene than I had ever seen her. In a city where a Mercedes was the measure of all things, Chunming had somehow broken free and developed her own personal morality. Before I was always hungry, she told me. If I saw a sweater I liked, I would have to get it immediately. Now if I don't eat the best things or buy the nicest things, it doesn't matter so much. If I see a friend or a family member happy, then that is meaningful. She was no longer panicked about being single at the age of 32, and she had stopped having affairs with men she met online. I believe I'll become more and more beautiful and more healthy, and my economic circumstances will get better and better, she said. Chunming hoped to have children someday, and she often asked me about American attitudes toward child raising. I would like a child to grow up to have a happy life and make a contribution to society, she said. A contribution to society? I asked her, startled. What do you mean? I don't mean to be a big scientist or something like that, Chunming said. How many people can do that? I think if you live a happy life and are a good person, that is a contribution to society. The last time I went to Dongguan was in February 2007. The air tasted smoky and cold, and the streets were full of workers heading home to the village to celebrate another new year. A driver in Chunming's factory was going to deliver a hungbao, a red envelope containing 800 yuan to a client and attend their New Year's banquet. He convinced Chunming to go with him because she knew how to talk, and she invited me. The dinner would probably be in a fancy restaurant, she said, which was how most factories did things nowadays. When we arrived at the Wonder Fashion leather factory, she was disappointed. The workers were already eating in the factory cafeteria at large round tables under fluorescent lights. This was where they ate all their meals, although on this day there was a whole fish at each table. The dishes were greasy. Chunming picked at the vegetables, which were also coated with oil. At the front of the room, the factory boss led workers through games of musical chairs and telephone. He knew his employees by name and teased the ones who had boyfriends and girlfriends already. I can see this boss is a good person, Chunming said. After dinner came the lucky draw. The workers left their free food and beer and moved forward as one, like a battalion given the signal to advance. There were more than 100 of them, mostly teenagers wearing short-sleeve factory shirts. Some of the boys were so young they looked like girls. In every factory, the lucky draw was the highlight of the New Year's banquet. To me, it was a game of terrible odds. To the workers, it was the amazing possibility that for once in this world, you might get something for nothing. The top prize tonight was wool blankets, and then comforters, hair dryers, and thermoses. There were also cash awards of 50, 100, and 200 yuan. Those who didn't win anything could claim a consolation prize, a face towel and a scoop of clothing detergent out of a giant bag. When the workers heard that, they cheered just as loudly as for any of the other prizes. As one of the factory's suppliers, Chunming was invited to draw the winning tickets for the 100 yuan prize. She walked to the front of the room, grabbed the microphone, and effortlessly took over the proceedings. Do you all hope that the factory does well in 2007? Yes. Do you all hope that the boss makes a lot of money, so you can have higher salaries and more prizes? Yes. Do you all pledge to work very hard this year to make those wishes come true? Yes. In her factory days, Chunming told me, it was rare to meet anyone from the outside world. When you did, it felt fresh and new, and you tried to learn everything you could. Now she spoke to these young people as if she had known them all her life. Her voice rang out through the hall. I am the same as you. The workers pressed forward, cheering their visitor and dragging out their applause, as if they too did not want this night to end. Sources. I wanted to learn about the factory world as the migrants did from the bottom up and the inside out. But in the course of researching this book, I have also benefited from written materials that provided context and background to the things I saw firsthand. I have listed the sources that were most useful to me. Throughout the book, I have used China's standard romanization system, Hanyu Pinyin, for the names of people and places. During the era of Kuomintang rule, a different system was used. Beijing was known as Peking or Beiping, the wartime capital Chongqing was spelled Chungking, and so on. For the sake of clarity, I have used the current spellings, with one exception. In China today my family name is spelled Zhang, but I retain the older form of Chang, a name that signals to anyone who grew up on the mainland that my history is not quite their own. Chapter 1, Going Out. The figure for minimum wages for Guangdong province in 2004, when Min and the other young women I knew in Dongguan were starting out. The minimum wage in that region has since increased to between $70 and $110. The number of migrant workers in China, as of the end of 2006, comes from the National Bureau of Statistics. It counts rural Chinese who are living away from home. The yuan-dollar exchange rate used throughout the book is 8:1. For background on migration in China. Du Yang and Albert Park. Qinyi Yu Jianpin, Laizanongu Dioka de Jingyan Zhenju. Zhongguo Rengkao Kexia 4, 5662. Gaetano, Ariane M. and Tamara Jacka, eds. On the Move, Women and Rural to Urban Migration in Contemporary China. New York, Columbia University Press, 2004. Jacka, Tamara. Rural Women in Urban China, Gender, Migration, and Social Change. Armonk, N.Y., M.E. Sharp, 2006. Li Qingquan. Production Politics and Labor Identities, Migrant Workers in South China. In China Review 1995. Edited by Lo Chi Kin, Suzanne Pepper, and Sui Ki-yoon. Hong Kong, Chinese University Press, 1995. Li Qiang. Zheniguo Wei Shi Nongmingong Jiki Haikun Ji Yanjui. Shiwixu Yanjia 4. Ma, Lawrence J.C., and Biao Xiang. Native Place, Migration, and the Emergence of Peasant Enclaves in Beijing. China Quarterly 155, 546-581. Murphy, Rachel. How Migrant Labour is Changing Rural China. Cambridge, UK, Cambridge University Press, 2002. Pun Guy. Made in China, Women Factory Workers in a Global Workplace. Durham, NC, Duke University Press, 2005. Tan Shen. Funu Yulogong. Internally Circulated Edition. 2002. West, Lorraine A., and Yaya Zhao, eds. Rural Labor Flows in China. Berkeley, California, Institute of East Asian Studies, 2000. Zhonghong. China's New Rural Daughters Coming of Age, Downsizing the Family and Firing Up Cash Earning Power in the New Economy. Signs, Journal of Women in Culture and Society 32.3. Chapter 2, The City. There is no official number for the percentage of the Dongguan population that is female. I have used the figure of 70%, based on estimates from talent market executives, the Deputy Mayor's Office, and surveys in local newspapers. For background on the economic development of Dongguan. Vogel, Ezra F. One Step Ahead in China, Guangdong Under Reform. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1989. Chapter 3, To Die Poor is a Sin. For background on China's direct sales industry. Ho, Herbert H. The Developments of Direct Selling Regulation in China, 1994-2004. Washington, D.C., U.S. China Business Council, 2004. Chapter 5, Factory Girls. The farming instructions from the traditional Chinese calendar given in this chapter apply to Hebei Province on the North China Plain. For background on the new generation of Chinese migrants. Lin Shuet. Liang de Gong de Baiang Rens Hung. De Gong Mei 4, 24-25. Wang Chun Guang. Xinchen de Nongkan Liu Dong Reng Cao de Shiwai Ren Tung Yu Cheng Xiang Rong He de Guangzai. Shi Wixu Yanjiu 3, 63-76. For background on the athletic shoe industry. Vanderbilt, Tom. The Sneaker Book, Anatomy of an Industry and an Icon. New York, New Press, 1998. Chapter 6, The Steel with No Name. For the early history of my family, I relied on an unpublished account by my relative Zhang Tongxian, as well as Zhang Dianjun, ed. Jilins and Shizong Pu. Unpublished. 1993. For the History of Manchuria. Elliott, Mark C. The Manchu Way, The Eight Banners and Ethnic Identity in Late Imperial China. Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 2001. Chang, Thomas R. and Diana Larry. Swallows and Settlers, The Great Migration from North China to Manchuria. Ann Arbor, Michigan, Center for Chinese Studies, 2000. Hosey, Alexander. Manchuria, Its People, Resources, and Recent History. Boston, J. B. Millett, 1910. Lee, Robert H. G. The Manchurian Frontier in Qing History. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1970. For background on the traditional education of Chinese children. Sari, John L. Legacies of Childhood, Growing Up Chinese in a Time of Crisis, 1890-1920. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Council on East Asian Studies, 1990. For the History of Peking University. Weston, Timothy B. The Power of Position, Beijing University, Intellectuals and Chinese Political Culture, 1898-1929. Berkeley, California, University of California Press, 2004. For background on Chinese students in America. Yewalai. Seeking Modernity in China's Name, Chinese Students in the United States, 1900-1927. Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 2001. For background on the Kuomintang era. Eastman, Lloyd E., et.al. The Nationalist Era in China, 1927-1949. Cambridge, UK, Cambridge University Press, 1991. Sheridan, James E. China in Disintegration, The Republican Era in Chinese History, 1912-1949. New York, Free Press, 1975. For background on Manchuria during the Civil War and on the assassination of Zhang Shenfu, my grandfather. Chang Qiangao. Last Chance in Manchuria, The Diary of Chang Qiangao. Edited by Donald G. Gillen and Ramon H. Myers. Stanford, California, Hoover Institution Press, 1989. Levine, Stephen I. Anvil of Victory, The Communist Revolution in Manchuria, 1945-1948. New York, Columbia University Press, 1987. Nai Shaiki. Jingdao Zhang Shenfu Xian Sheng. Central Daily News, March 13, 1946, 5. Solin. Shi Zhi Zhang Shenfu Xiangzi Qing Kuang. Huaz Hangchen Bao, June 29, 2001, 1. Tao Gang. Yaizuo Bei Yaichuan Mi. Liao Shen Evening News, May 29, 2000, 2. Tungwen Chi. The Reminiscences of Mr. Tungwen Chi. Comp. Chong Yu Fa and Shen Sung Chiao. Taipei, Institute of Modern History, 1986. Zhang Jiao. Drafts of letters to the Heilongjiang and Liaoning Provincial Political Consultative Committees and the Heilongjiang Office for Overseas Chinese Affairs. October 1987. Zhang Shenfu Bahai Shi Yubu Yinmo. Xinhua Daily News, March 9, 1946, 2. Zhang Shenfu Deng Yunnan Jingguo. Central Daily News, March 5, 1946, 3. Zhang Shenfu Deng Zhao Kansha. Central Daily News, February 10, 1946, 2. Chapter 7, Square and Round. Ding Yuan Z. Fang Yu Yuan. Guangzhou Publishing House, 1996. Guangji Teaching and Research Section. Li Isa Z. Unpublished. 2003. Shijiao Cao Ki. Unpublished. 2003. Xiaojin. Zhuangxing Shiki de Zhongguo Jiu Gage Zhuangxiang Hefang Hungfen Yanjiu 3.2, 14483. Xiaojin and Munsi Tsung. Human Capital Development in an Emerging Economy, The Experience of Shenzhen, China. China Quarterly 157, 72-114. Chapter 8, 8-Minute Date. For background on the impact of migration on Chinese rural women's attitudes toward marriage. Chen Yin Tao. De Gong Mei de Hunlian Guan Nian Ji Qi Kunro. Reng Kao Yanjiu 21, Number 2, 3944. Connolly, Rachel, et.al. The Impact of Migration on the Position of Women in Rural China. Paper presented at Population Association of America Annual Meeting. 2003. Zhang Hong. Labor Migration, Gender, and the Rise of Neo-Local Marriages in the Economic Boomtown of Dongguan, South China. Journal of Contemporary China, forthcoming. Zheng Zhenzhen. Guanyu Reng Kao Li Yudong Dui Nongkan Funu Ying Xiang de Yanjiu. Funu Yanjiu Lungkong 6, 3841. Impact of Migration on Gender Relationships and Rural Women's Status in China. UNESCO Research Project. 2006. Chapter 9, Assembly Line English. For background on the latter English company. Jiazang Ziyi Jia Yingyu. Xinwenchen Bao, February 2, 2005. Mu Yi, Zheng Le, and Lu Jun. Lao Yuan Gong Tai Bao Jia Yingyu PNCA Shu. Xinghui Bao, February 2, 2005. Chapter 11, The Historian in My Family. For background on Chinese historical writing and traditional genealogies. Beasley, W.G., and E.G. Palais-Blanc, eds. Historians of China and Japan. London, Oxford University Press, 1961. Jing Jun. The Temple of Memories, History, Power, and Morality in a Chinese Village. Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1996. Meskill, Johanna M. The Chinese Genealogy as a Research Source. In Family and Kinship in Chinese Society. Edited by Maurice Friedman, 13961. Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1970. Van der Sprenkel, Otto Birkelbach. Genealogical Registers. Essays on the Sources for Chinese History. Edited by Donald D. Leslie, Colin McAras, and Wang Gungu, 8398. Canberra, Australian National University Press, 1973. Chapter 15, Perfect Health. For background on Harvey Diamond's health and diet plan. Diamond, Harvey. Fit for Life, A New Beginning. New York, Kensington, 2000. For background on returned migrants, I relied on the work of Gong Weibin at China's National School of Administration, as well as Ma Zhongdong. Urban labor force experience as a determinant of rural occupation change, evidence from recent urban-rural return migration in China. Environment and Planning A33, 237-55. Acknowledgements. Writing a book, as a friend once reminded me, is not a group activity. Just the same, I owe a large debt of gratitude to many people who helped me see this project through. My thanks go first to those I knew in Dongguan, who taught me so much about this city in which we were all outsiders. Liu Qingmin and Wu Chunming generously opened up their lives to me, granting me their trust, patience, time, and lasting friendship. Zhang Qianqian and Jia Jiamei showed me life on the assembly line, while Zhang Hyun and Chen Ying shared their struggles to rise above it. Lu Yuxia opened my eyes to the ways English is learned in a factory town. Luke Li and Alan Li of Yuyun illuminated the workings of a shoe factory and gave me unfettered access to their company's Dongguan compound. Thanks also to William Anderson and Kitty Potter of Adidas for paving the way for those visits. Deng Shunzhong and the other teachers at this Hitong school kindly allowed me to sit in on their white-collar classes. The Dongguan Making Friends Club opened its doors and membership files to me. Ben Shual accompanied me on an extended tour of the karaoke underworld. Lin Shui shared numerous insights into factory life and became my first good friend in Dongguan. Tan Shen at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences gave invaluable advice on navigating the factory towns of the Pearl River Delta. And Min's parents were generous hosts when I visited their village. Researching this book gave me the opportunity to get to know members of my far-flung family. Nellie Chow, Luke Chang, and Irene Chow were generous with their time and their memories, thanks especially to Aunt Nellie for sharing her poetry. Zhang Jiao's widow, Zhu Shulan, and their children Zhang Song, Zhang Ji, and Zhang Yinqiao welcomed me into their home as a younger sister and shared letters and recollections over my favorite Dongbei dishes. Zhang Hong devoted the better part of 3 days to telling me everything he knew of our family history. In Beijing, my great-aunt Zhang Lian offered home cooking, newspaper clippings, and her memories of growing up in Liahutai. Zhao Hengji took me to our family's old house at number 6 and remembered so many details everyone else had forgotten. In Liahutai, Zhang Tongxian was a knowledgeable guide, one of many private historians I was privileged to meet along the way. I was fortunate to work with gifted and dedicated colleagues in my years at the Wall Street Journal. Marcus Brochley taught me how to write a letter. I have appreciated his friendship and support since the day we met in a Prague movie theater. Ian Johnson was always generous with his knowledge and insights, and he was kind enough to review the manuscript and supply helpful and humorous comments. Jonathan Kaufman was an enthusiastic champion of my early articles about migrant workers, and Mike Miller gave those pieces the space that every reporter feels she deserves. Sophie Sun, Kirsten Zhang, and Kui Rong provided invaluable research assistance. I thank them for their good humor and their patience with my endless inquiries. Urban Leaner, Reg Chua, and John Bussey supported my career at the journal and granted me leave to start working on this book. Lily Song, Do Changlu, and Yu Dingxian provided help in many ways over the years. I benefited greatly from friendship and conversations with my fellow reporters, Kathy Chen, Charles Hutzler, Carby Leggett, Peter Winnicott, Matt Forney, Matt Pottinger, Jason Dean, David Murphy, Joseph Kahn, Craig Smith, and Rebecca Blumenstein. I am indebted to Doug Hunt, whose thoughtful reading of an early draft helped me resolve major problems with the book. Susan Jakes suggested myriad improvements and guided me to useful reference works after reading the manuscript. I thank her for that and for her friendship over the years. I appreciated the comments of Michael Meyer, Terza Becker, and Zhang Hong of Colby College, all of whom reviewed the manuscript with great care. He Hongling and Guo Daoping patiently deciphered my grandfather's diaries, and Travis Klingberg gave invaluable advice on the book's visual elements. Thanks to Jane Lee and Jen Lin Lu for their friendship and encouragement from the day I decided to write this book. I am grateful to Cindy Spiegel, my editor at Spiegel and Grau, for her sympathetic and insightful readings. No writer could wish for better. A big thanks to Chris Calhoun, my agent, for his early faith and continuing support, and to Marcy Posner for her expert handling of the foreign rights. My greatest debt is to my parents, who taught me Chinese and told me about China, then left me free to learn so much on my own. My father patiently endured many rounds of questions, and my mother made helpful corrections after reviewing the manuscript. The work that has taken me so far from home has also brought me closer to them. I am grateful to my brother Justin, who always encouraged and understood me despite having chosen such a different path through life. And to Peter Hessler, thank you for showing me the possibilities in life and in writing. Every writer should have a reader such as you. A Conversation with Leslie T. Chang. Both Liu Qingmin and Wu Chunming, the two central figures in the book, rise from the factory floor to better paying work. How representative are they of China's migrant population? I knew I wanted to write about young women from typical migrant backgrounds, and both Min and Chunming fit the bill. They came from poor farming families, they had not attended high school or college, and they went out to the city as teenagers. Beyond that, I chose them because they were open and curious and interesting. As I got to know them, I realized that each was exceptional in her own way, Min for her courage and tenacity, Chunming in her never-ending quest for happiness and meaning in life. But their qualities of ambition and resilience are common among Chinese migrant workers. While reporting this book, I read a lot of academic studies about migrants done by Chinese and Western scholars. I didn't include most of that material in the book, but it assured me that the stories I had discovered matched their findings and observations. Many of the incidents I describe are typical of the migrant experience when Chunming was almost tricked into a brothel, for example, or when Min's fight with her first boss became the impetus to quit her job and find a better one. There are so many stories to write about in China. Why focus on migrants? As I mention in the book, the project began with a bit of an agenda. The foreign press, including the Wall Street Journal where I worked, had already published stories about the terrible conditions in the factories. They tended to portray migration as a desperate act without much of a payoff for people. I had a suspicion that there must be more to this, that perhaps things were not so black and white. For a teenager from a farming village, the whole experience of going out to the city might appear very different than it does to us as Americans. What's it like to leave your village at the age of 16, to go to a city where you don't know anyone, to work on an assembly line, to earn money for the first time, to date whoever you want? How does your relationship with your family change? How do your friendships change? How does your worldview change? I was curious about these questions, and I thought other readers would be too. Even though these migrants inhabit the specific world of the factory, their stories are also the story of contemporary China writ large. Life in China is changing so quickly that people at every level of society inhabit an alien universe. They must learn on their own how to compete for jobs, start businesses, buy apartments, drive cars, and raise their children in a world that is completely different from the one they grew up in. A Chinese friend of mine, a Beijing lawyer, told me after reading Min's story that she felt it was the story of her and her circle of friends too. Even though they are educated professionals, their lives are also marked by instability and dramatic change. It makes me feel like Min is one of my friends, and there is no difference between Min and me, she told me. She behaves, thinks, and strives, just like us. Since the book was published, the global economic downturn has hurt Chinese exports and shut down many Chinese factories. How badly are workers being hit? Both the women you write about and the overall migrant population. Manufacturing centers like Dongguan have definitely been hard hit, with business slowing, factories idled, and many workers laid off and gone home. But there is a lot more resilience in the system than you might expect. For one thing, the migrants' homes in the village act as a safety valve, a place to have a rest, to eat home cooking and watch TV and play lots of mahjong, before going back out again. Some of the migrants have headed back out to places like Dongguan, while others have found odd jobs closer to home. Outside observers and journalists often assume that migrants will quickly turn to protest if things don't go their way, but in reality they react to economic downturns the way they respond to everything else, by being resourceful and pragmatic and making do with very little. When the Asian economic crisis hit China in the late 1990s, many workers returned home. But when the economy picked up a couple of years later, they went back out again. The women I wrote about are surviving the downturn well. Min recently took a 15% pay cut at work but also signed a 2-year contract with her employer, suggesting there may be some lean months ahead but that her long-term prospects are good. In early 2009, when she was pregnant, she took 3 months paid leave from her factory to go home, marry a fellow migrant, and give birth to a baby daughter, before returning to Dongguan. She had saved up enough money to buy her parents an apartment in the town near their village, while she and her husband purchased a second-hand Buick for themselves. She assures me she is a good driver. Chunming has switched jobs 4 times since the end of the book, selling Snoopy diapers, life insurance, and synthetic leather. She is still searching for her dream job and the dream man to go with it. Lu Yuxia, the English teacher, continues to work 3 jobs to save up to start her own kindergarten. Migration in China has been going on for a quarter of a century because millions of people would rather try their luck in the city than remain subsistence farmers. As long as that is the choice, migrants will go out to seek their fortunes as these women have done. With a place like China that is changing so fast, how do you avoid writing something that becomes out of date? I think the key is to focus on individuals rather than issues, to spend a lot of time with a few people and get to know them well. Because I spent 2 years following Min and Chunming, I could write about not just migration but also their dealings with bosses and co-workers, relationships within families, dating, the corruption of the business world, and the ways they absorbed foreign ideas and learned about the world. These are human stories that transcend time and place. If you focus tightly on a single issue, you risk becoming obsolete, because issues change. In the mid-1990s, scholars were debating whether China's rapid economic growth would cause the country to break apart. That argument has now been settled definitively, and these days all those "will China break up" books feel like ancient history. A book about how the Olympics will change China might feel the same way a few years from now. I think that Tolstoy's famous dictum in War and Peace that the life of the lowliest foot soldier in Napoleon's army is more important than the life of Napoleon himself applies to this period in Chinese history. When you look back on this time, the big events will probably turn out to be less important than the transformations in individual lives going on beneath the surface. A lot of what we're accustomed to reading about China political dissidents, protests, pollution is absent from your book. Did you make a conscious decision to stay away from these issues? No, I was just responding to what the migrants wanted to talk about, and those issues almost never came up. Traditional journalism has a tendency to ask leading questions. It's inevitable when a reporter is working under a tight deadline. The quickest way to come up with a story is to choose a specific topic and ask questions accordingly. If you go up to a Chinese person and say, "Are you satisfied with your government?" you'll most likely get an earful about how officials are shameless and corrupt, and that's probably true in most places in the world. But if you spend a lot of time with someone over 2 years and the subject of government never comes up, that tells you a lot more about what she really cares about, or doesn't care about. In researching this book, I gave up the standard journalist technique of writing down a bunch of questions in my notebook beforehand and then running through them in the course of the interview. I found it was best just to spend the day with someone, to watch and be quiet and see what developed. We talked about whatever was on their minds at the moment: dating, job searches, fights with parents, whatever. It was telling that in my long acquaintance with Min and Chunming, they almost never brought up politics. Once Min asked me, "Who is Chairman Mao now?" That was her way of describing the nation's leader, and she knew nothing about current political figures like Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. Another time, Chunming took me to a Hunan restaurant with a portrait of Mao Zedong, whom she described to me as a great poet who had defied convention to marry the woman he loved. That was all the use she had for Chairman Mao, a person she had reinvented as a romantic hero. What's the downside to this kind of long-term, open-ended reporting? Did certain stories not develop the way you expected? It takes a lot of time, and there's no guarantee that the story will turn out the way you want. When I first met Min, she had just talked her way off the factory floor into a clerk's job, and part of me worried that her life would now be too stable to write about. That did not turn out to be true. But in other ways my Dongguan reporting was full of failed stories. In fact, the book begins with a failed story, of the 2 girls I met on a public square and never saw again. That incident conveyed powerfully to me how much losing touch with people was a central experience of life in a factory town, and that became one of the threads running through the book. The chapter on the Yu Yunshu factory was a failed story, in a way. My initial idea was to follow a tight-knit circle of friends over time and watch how they interacted, worked, dated, supported each other, or fell out as their lives went in different directions. I never found them. The girls I met were secretive and guarded, they kept to themselves and were often strangers to their coworkers and roommates. I realized that my main character was the shoe factory itself, with the girls flitting in and out of its shadow. That's the image I hope you're left with at the end of the chapter. The girls have moved on but the factory endures. Chunming's story did not turn out as I expected either. When she decided to quit the industrial molds company she had started in order to study English full-time, I was excited. Here was the perfect ending for my book, a wonderful metaphor of globalization. The next time I saw Chunming, she had abandoned the English idea and joined a pyramid scheme selling nutritional supplements. It's not the ending I would have envisioned, but that's the way real life works in a place like Dongguan. I guess the lesson is that you have to follow where the story takes you, and often that is a more bizarre place than you could have imagined. The idea for this book came out of a series of articles that you published in the Wall Street Journal. How did the writing of these stories change from the newspaper to the book version? I had to learn to write in a completely different way. For example, the book opens inside the head of a migrant girl, who is describing the rules and routines of factory life from the inside. You could never get away with that in traditional journalism. You have to establish early on what your story is about, who said what, why it matters. But I felt that I knew the migrant world well enough that I could open the book in this way, imagining my way into the head of a factory girl. I wrote that opening of about 700 words on the first morning of the first day I sat down to write. It was incredibly liberating and also scary, because I realized I would never be happy being a newspaper journalist again. You write that you began to research your family history around the time you started work on the book. At what point did you decide that these two stories belonged together? The initial impetus to look into my family history was logistical. I had just spent 2 weeks in Min's family village over the Lunar New Year before I started book leave from the Wall Street Journal. With more free time on my hands, I decided to visit my own ancestral village. After I returned, I started thinking about my family village and Min's village, my grandfather's story and the migrant's story, and I realized there were parallels between these two moments in Chinese history. Not perfect parallels by any means, but perhaps an interesting way to structure the book. Dongguan is a place that exists only in the present, but I felt that a book about China that ignores the past would be incomplete, in the same way that writing about the factory city without visiting the farming village is incomplete. It's only when you're in the village with the migrants that you understand what the city means. And it's only when you know the past, its tragedies and failures, that you appreciate how much the present moment represents an opportunity for Chinese people. I also thought that including my family history would make the book more interesting from a writing point of view. Instead of being just a reporter and observer, I would also have to write about myself as a character, and to confront my own feelings about China and my problems with it. Those were the hardest parts of the book to write. As a Chinese American, you've enjoyed a degree of access and anonymity that enhanced your ability to report. How do you think that coming from a Chinese family affected the way you came to understand and tell these stories? I think that coming from a Chinese background, being Chinese American, carries a lot of emotional baggage. You're a product of these two very strong but very insular cultures. I saw this conflict play out in different ways among the Chinese Americans I knew. Some had no interest in China, others became more Chinese than the Chinese, embracing the Communist Party and becoming defensive at any criticism of the country. It's a difficult process to come to terms with what your Chinese identity really means, and for a long time I avoided the question because I didn't know what I should think. One thing I describe in the book is this Chinese reticence about one's own suffering and personal history. I noticed that in myself in the course of researching this book. If people asked about the book, I would talk about it in general terms, especially the family history. And several times, my husband, who is also a writer, would interject to explain that this was a dramatic and important story about how my grandfather was assassinated after the war. Later I would tell him, well, I don't want to burden people with this the minute I meet them. What if they don't know how to react? I realize that's a very Chinese reaction. I understand this instinct to withhold information, to leave unsaid the things that matter most to you, because I am the same way. When I met my relatives in China, after talking for several hours they might reveal the details of a suicide or a loss or a poignant memory they had carried alone through their whole lives. There was little sorrow or self-pity in their storytelling, just a factual accounting, and that probably affected the way I wrote their stories. I do think I am emotionally tangled up in this place, China, because for me it is so tied to my mother and father, the language and memories of childhood. I've tried in the book to be impartial, to see the good and the bad and to write about both. But I can't hide the fact that I really care about China, that I want to see it do well and get better. Without family ties to the country, I don't think I would feel so emotionally invested. Factory Girls. Leslie T. Chang lived in China for a decade as a correspondent for the Wall Street Journal in Beijing. She is married to Peter Hessler, who also writes about China. She lives in Colorado.